Thanks, fellas. J. Alcoholic. And so there's some new guys here, and, you know, if I say I haven't had anything to drink since the 2nd day of May in 1979, you look at me and go, dude, how pathetic is your life? Obviously, drinking didn't mean anything to you. And so I want you to take a look. This is a picture of me when it was still working in 1977, blacked out in the morning. So just so you I really did drink and use, okay? So we like to call this kitchen table AA. And the reason is that we believe the heart and soul of Alcoholics Anonymous happens with one alcoholic talking to another across the kitchen table. And what I'm going to share with you this morning is kind of the historical legacy of this thing that we call sponsorship. Now, Bill Wilson said that if he was going to tell the story of Alcoholics Anonymous, that where he could start with was Noah. But we don't have that much time, so we're going to start a little closer to us. And this is a picture of Bill and his sponsor, Ebby. And he said that he says in here that Ebby, he came to the hospital bringing me a copy of a book by William James, The Varieties of Religious Experience. He said, this book gave me the realization that most conversion experiences, whatever their variety, do have a common denominator of ego collapse at depth. Okay? Now, I'm going to be using some words in this history talk that have all kinds of weird connotations to it, okay? So just realize that it's medieval language. When we're talking about conversion, I'm not talking about putting your hands on the television set, okay? Well, what it is that I'm talking about is a change that happens to people. And this is the book, was written in 1902 by this guy, William James, who was an American, who was describing the different types of spiritual experiences that people had and how it is that they had them. And this word conversion, what it means in this book is the process, either gradual or sudden, by which a self, which beforehand is divided and consciously wrong, inferior and unhappy, becomes unified, consciously right, superior, and happy. I think this happens in just about every AA meeting there is. We come in feeling separate, different, alone, and then we find out that we're part of something bigger, part of something different. And so what we're talking about then is conversion is a process of becoming whole. And don't hold any specific religion's tenet on it when I say that word conversion. Okay? Whoop. And in it, James talks about who are the people that are available for this experience. And it's these people that are wrong living, that they have impotent aspirations, they're self-loathing, self-despairing. They have an unintelligible and intolerable burden to which they are mysteriously heir. In other words, like for me, I couldn't stop drinking. I couldn't stop using. I couldn't stop lying. I couldn't stop spending the rent money or the food money or the milk money. How did I get here? How did I get here? And I was lost. So this is where I like to start the history talk, is this guy by the name of Frank Buchman. Frank Buchman was a Lutheran minister. He was American. He was born in Allentown, Pennsylvania. And he had an experience where he was running a hostel for young men in the slums of Philadelphia, bringing them in kind of like halfway houses, bringing them, give them a place to clean up, have something to eat, a little Bible study. And he poured his soul into it, and it got very, very successful. got so successful that the guys were eating more than the parish was willing to pay for. And so they said, hey, you got to cut back on what you're giving the kids to eat. And he said, no, you can't do that. It's the food that gets them in the door. You got to talk to people where they are. And so he quit. And he had just a little bit of resentment, and it burned him for a long time. And it got to the point where, he'd forget about it for a little while, but it just was eating him up and eating him up. And he ended up in this place in Keswick, England, and he was listening to this woman talk. And as he was listening to her talk, he was looking at this cross, and he had this image of it collapsing into an eye. And he goes, oh my gosh, I'm the wrong guy in here too. It's not just them. I got a part in this. And after he had that little vision, he went back and he wrote letters of apologies. He wrote amends letters to these people that he hated, saying, I've held ill will against you. Will you please forgive me? And when he did that, it vanished. And he went, wow, this is really cool. And what happened over the next few weeks is that when he started talking to people about having a spiritual experience, they were able to hear him. In other words, what he found is that he had to be clear himself in order to carry a message of depth and weight. And so anyway, this is the guy that I kind of call the Uber sponsor of and this is him in China, and he was over in China, and he was talking to groups, and he got out, and he was talking to different groups of missionaries about the thing that you can have all the book knowledge in the world, but if you're not clean inside yourself. So he was going around talking about doing inventory and making amends, and then looking for guidance on how to live your life. And the other thing that he talked about was that there were 4 standards. They called them the 4 absolutes back in the day. And that if you had any difficulty in your life, that all you had to do was figure out, run it by these 4 things. Is it honest? Is it pure? Is it unselfish? And is it loving? And if it doesn't match up to it, okay, well, I'm not supposed to do that. Kind of simple. But for people like me, I didn't have any ways, any compass to work. And so this was the compass that they taught. And all the early members of Alcoholics Anonymous were members of this thing called the Oxford Group. In 1932, there was a great book called, I think it's a great book, great title at least, called I Was a Pagan, by a guy by the name of Vic Kitchen. And he talks about that the Oxford Group had a power I did not have. They said, however, that I could have it, just as they did, if I would pay the same price, comply with the same conditions, and go through the same series of exceedingly simple steps. Steps! Boy, that's AA. They stole. Oh, it was before AA was started. So what I'm trying to say is that we're part of a lineage of folks that have been working steps. But we found ones that work specifically for weirdos like us. So what were the Oxford Group steps? Well, they had 4 of them. They only had 4 steps. The first one was what we would call doing a 4th and 5th step. They called it sharing, and that was the sharing of our sins and temptations with another Christian life given to God, and using sharing as witness to help others still unchanged to recognize and acknowledge their sins. So in other words, the way that they do it is a little different than what we in AA would do, but they would sit down and say, I know Bill, and I know that Bill's got trouble at home, and he's drinking too much, and his wife has a lot of adjectives that she's using about him, and she doesn't understand. Yeah, and so what I do is I say, hey, Bill, let's get together, and I sit down, and what I do is I talk about what I used to be like, and that I couldn't stop drinking, and that she didn't understand, and how unfair it all is. Let him know that I've been there, and then hopefully he'd say, wow, and you're not like this anymore? I'd say, yeah, I'm not like this anymore. And so that'd be the way that they do it. So in other words, the sponsor would actually kind of lead off and talk about what their problems were, and hopefully, if maybe not in that conversation, but in some conversation along the line, you'd go, oh yeah, that's me. So the first thing is this identification at depth, and they called it sharing. The second would be what we call our third step, the surrender of our lives, past, present, and future, into God's keeping and direction. So you go, I'm a mess, I need help. Help me, please. The third step in the Oxford group was restitution to all whom we have wronged, directly or indirectly. What an order, I can't go through with it. But the idea is that we got to make amends. We got to make amends. And then the fourth is listening to, accepting, and relying on God's guidance and carrying it out in everything we do or say, great or small. Which, if you want to know about the way that the Oxford group got guidance, all you got to do is look at our 11th step in the book, Alcoholics Anonymous. So this is just to let you know that this thing has been being sifted and tuned and like along the years. Here's a third step prayer. I like it better than the one in the big book. Oh my God, how can you stay sober saying that? But I think this is a really cool one. He says, I surrender thee my entire life, O God. I've made a mess of it, trying to run it myself. You take it, the whole thing, and run it for me according to your will and plan. This guy, Vic Kitchen, that wrote this book, was sober in the Oxford group meetings that Bill Wilson came into when he got out of the hospital that he was in. Vic had a seizure while making a sales presentation. It was a really big deal, and he was trying to not drink so he could do a good job. He had a seizure in front of the guy, and that was kind of what led him to the Oxford group. That, and he kept having delirium tremens all the time. So, I mean, you know, it's just nice to know that. This is a guy by the name of Sam Shoemaker. Sam Shoemaker was Bill Wilson's spiritual advisor. When Bill got sober, he went to these meetings that his sponsor was going to at this church that Sam was at, the Calvary Church in New York. Now, this is Sam on conversion, and remember, when I'm talking about conversion, for our purposes, we're talking about, you know, sobriety, about this change of mind, this thing of becoming whole. He said, a lot of religious people are like a crowd sitting in a railway station thinking that they're traveling. They hear the names of the trains and the stations, there's the smell of luggage, there's the stir of travel, but they never get on the train. Conversion is where you get on the train. Okay? Now, conversion for us is when you stop drinking, you know, and come along. Let's see. This is Sam on working the steps. And in the Oxford group and in early Alcoholics Anonymous, they used to talk a lot about, because they wanted to seem scientific, is that it's about making an experiment. We don't care. You don't have to believe anything except that something's happened to us. And just to try it. All we're asking is you just make an honest effort and try it. And see what happens. And he said that a moral experiment, in other words, working the steps, is worth 10 times an intellectual investigation into apprehending spiritual truth. Obedience is as much the organ of spiritual understanding as reason. It's like, I got to go through the process and see what happens instead of trying to figure it out. You know, how many folks do you walk across and they say, well, I'm stuck on the third step. Really? Well, I have to figure out what God is and be able to communicate it to you before I can go on in the steps. No, that's not it. I mean, we got like really smart, brilliant people for centuries that have been trying to do that. And you think that because you're withdrawing from alcohol, you have to do it before you can start working the steps? Nah. So in other words, it's an experiment. Just do it and see what happens. That's all we're asking you to do. Just try it. Now, this guy is Carl Jung, and Carl Jung was a brilliant psychologist, and he helped the guy that sponsored Ebby, who was Roland, who sponsored Bill. So, I mean, this is a guy that's really significant in Alcoholics Anonymous history. And there's a correspondence that Bill and Carl Jung had that's one of my favorite pieces of AA literature. It's in a book called The Language of the Heart. We've got it in our conference appears. But anyway, he's talking about this drunk. And he said that his craving for alcohol was equivalent on a low level of the spiritual thirst of our being for wholeness. In other words, in medieval language, the union with God. But, you know, he's looking at this guy and he's going, this guy's feeling separate, different, and alone. And alcohol makes him feel whole. And that all of us have that desire for wholeness, and if you were speaking about it in medieval language, you'd call it union with God. In fact, one of the fun things that Jung says in the thing is, so if you were to take, it's interesting that in the Latin language, you use the same word for the highest religious experience that you do for alcohol. It's spiritus. And so that the way that you combat the spirits is with the Spirit. Bill, in his letter to Dr. Jung, thanking him for getting the ball rolling with this guy, Roland, said, "So to you, Dr. Shoemaker of the Oxford groups, to William James, and to my own physician, Dr. Silkworth, who's the guy who wrote the doctor's opinion in the beginning of the book, we of AA owe this tremendous benefaction. As you will now clearly see, this astonishing chain of events actually started long ago in your consulting room." This was Bill Wilson writing to Carl Jung, thanking him for his contribution to AA. And then the thing that was prior was Jung's response, a letter back to Bill. So this whole thing about, okay, now what is this chain of events? How did it work? How was it passed on? Well, here's Frank Bookman. Bookman has this experience that I described to you about hating these people and then writing these letters of apology and suddenly feeling a wholeness in his being. And then finding that when he spoke to other people, that if they did that thing, if they looked inside of themselves. So he's in China and he's given this talk, and this guy, Sam Shoemaker, who was a young priest at the time, who was there doing some stuff, here's Frank talk, and he goes up and he says, "Hey, what you're talking about is really cool. Could you come to my Bible study class and talk to these guys about it? Because I know that if they heard you, they'd get fired up." And Frank looks at him and goes, "What's wrong with you that you don't have the power to carry this message? What's up with you?" Sam gets a little pissed off. And he goes home that night and he thinks about his life. And he goes, you know, in reality, I've been out doing a good job. But what I've basically been doing deep down inside is that I've been a fraud for God. He said, I was playing like I was really throwing all the cards, and I wasn't. I was keeping some for me. And he said, okay, so I'm willing to get in the whole way. And so he goes, and he goes through those quick steps with Frank, and he has an experience, and he becomes very active and dynamic in sharing this message with others. So then Sam goes along, and he runs through a set of circumstances. He runs across this guy, Bud Firestone. And Bud's family was Firestone Rubber Company, had all the money in the world. Bud's a good-looking guy, has a hammer of a wife. Everything should be fine, except he's one of these guys that when he starts to drink, everything goes sideways. and things are not good. And they've sent him everywhere, and he's not able to do much of anything. They're trying to get him sober, and he can't stay sober. And but anyway, he runs across Sam Shoemaker through a few friends, and he and Sam get together, and Sam is able to tell him, hey, look, it's not what you believe, it's what you do. This is what happened to me. Bud goes along with it. He tells him about the problems that he's had. He makes the surrender, and his drinking obsession leaves him. And the family's thrilled. The family's thrilled. And they're so elated that later on, they have a very big effect in Alcoholics Anonymous. See, the Firestones are from Akron, Ohio. And that's where it is that Bill ends up coming to. This is Roland Hazard. Roland meets with Carl Jung. Jung and Hazard have this thing where Hazard's working with him over a year's time. Jung thinks that he's pretty much got him where he wants him. He doesn't know that he's alcoholic. He thinks he's a manic depressive, that he's got these problems. He says, okay, good, you can go home, glad to see you. He leaves Geneva. He's on a train home. He stops in Paris. Somebody asked Roland the wrong question. I believe it was, would you like some wine with your dinner? He says yes, and he's off on a run again. And he can't understand it. He thought he was cured. He goes back to the doctor. He says, hey, it didn't work. What do I got to do now? And the doctor looks at him. He says, dude, I didn't realize you're alcoholic. I can't help people like that. In fact, nobody can. And this guy goes, nobody? He says, I got all the money in the world. Come on. There's got to be some place. And he goes, no, there isn't. I don't know anybody that can help people like you. In fact, the only thing that happens is that occasionally here or there, people get involved with some kind of a spiritual movement and they have an experience in their drinking career or their drinking obsession leaves. He said, so put yourself as close as you can to some spiritual movement, and maybe it's about as likely as you getting hit by lightning. But maybe lightning will strike you, so give it a shot. And so Roland comes back to New York, and it just so happens that the church that his family was involved in with New York was Sam Shoemaker's church. And so he starts drinking and going to meetings. And then one day, he's reading Vic Kitchen's book on a train, and he goes, and Vic in it talks about his alcoholism and his drug use, and he goes, oh, I got that, and it stops. And he does the steps, and he gets involved, and he starts helping others. Because that was the big thing in the Oxford group is that you can't keep it unless you give it away. It's not something that just stops. And that's what we found in Alcoholics Anonymous, too, and that's why Bill and Matthew and I are here, is that this is not something that you just get and go home with. It's all we are is we're just a conduit. And as long as we keep it flowing through us, it works. So Roland comes back and he starts getting involved with others, and there was a guy that he knew by the name of Ebby. And Ebby had a little bit of a problem. He'd crashed his parents' new car into a house and gotten out of the car, and the family was having dinner. And he crashed into the kitchen, and he got out, and he said, I'd like a cup of coffee, please. And the family said that they sued him not so much for what he did to the house, but it was his impertinence that really pissed him off. It was his attitude. And anyway, and Ebby ends up going. He's a couple weeks later, as a result of this and some other things, he's to be locked up in the state asylum for being a chronic inebriate. They had kind of the three strikes law back in those days too, where, if you get caught 3 times, we're going to put you away for a year. That's what they used to do with alcoholics and drug addicts. They just, no recovery. We're just going to put you in a cage for a while and see what happens when you get out. Anyway, so Ebby's about to get sentenced for a year. But it just so happens that another one of these Oxford group guys was the judge's son. And Roland and Sebra come and they say, hey, give him to us. They say the magic words, we'll take him to New York, get him out of state, right? And we'll take him to New York and we'll show him what we got. Because you know, Judge, you remember how bad drinkers we were, and we're not doing that anymore. He said, great, take him. So Ebby comes to New York, and he starts doing this Oxford group work, and he's about 6 weeks sober, and they're saying, you got to go work with others. You got to go work with others. And he'd been down on Wall Street, and he'd heard that there was one of his old buddies, Bill Wilson, who was having a really tough time. And so he goes to his sponsor and says, what about, I've got guidance that I'm supposed to go see Bill Wilson. Roland says, go get him. So he makes the call, and that's the story that's in our big book about my friend sat there while I'm drinking my pineapple juice and gin, and I don't think there was a crack pipe in the bathroom, but I'm sure there would have been if that would have been that, you know. But anyway, Ebby and Bill are sitting. That's a nice image, isn't it? There's a meditation for you, Bill on crack. But in his story, he talks about, you know, high-powered sedatives, you know, so you can see him just laid out there. But anyway, so Bill's sitting there, and Ebby comes by, and he visits him, and Bill's saying, well, what's the deal? And Ebby says, I've got religion, and Bill just wants to throw him out of the house. He goes, you know, don't give me that. I'm a scientific guy. I'm smart. Don't give me this God crap. It's, you know, and but Ebby says, well, you know, I'm not talking about any variety. I'm not talking about any brand. Just pick whatever would work for you. And that's what the Oxford group talked about. You know, they happen to be a Christian movement, but they said, you know, start wherever you're at and see where you end up. But you gotta try. You gotta get on the train. And Bill ends up, you know, coming to Towns Hospital, and Ebby comes by and takes him through the first 8 steps. And Bill leaves. Ebby leaves, and Bill has this tremendous white light experience. And from that, you know, this message, he gets out of the Oxford group, and out of the hospital, he starts going to these Oxford group meetings, and he's looking for drunks. Because in the experience that he had, it was one drunk talking to another, and so he's looking for alcoholics. And I actually talked with people that went to Oxford group meetings with him, and they said, yeah, he was weird. He'd come early to the meeting, and he'd say, are there any drunks that come to this group? Now, the Oxford group was not focused on alcoholics. They'd say, well, we got people with problems. You know. And they said, you know, I don't know if there's people with alcohol problems. Bill would always go, if they're drunks, give them to me. I can help them. And he really thought at one point, he actually said Bill said when he was given an Oxford group pitch once, that he was going to be able to sober up all the drunks in the world. So anyway, here's this message. Here's a guy who had a drinking problem, was powerless over alcohol, unable to do anything in his life, runs across a guy that had the same problem, that isn't living like that anymore, that had done some simple steps, you know, and really simple steps, you know, sharing what the problem was, asking for help from a power greater than themselves, going out and cleaning stuff up, and then asking for direction and helping others. You know, and the problem's lifted. So Bill's running around doing this stuff, and what happens? He ends up in Akron. He'd been to Akron before, hadn't had any problems when he was there, but now he's in Akron and there's problems, and he makes a call, and he ends up getting a hold of this guy, Dr. Bob, who ends up being the co-founder of Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, the interesting thing is that Bob, and the date that we call our birthday, isn't the date that Bill Wilson gets sober. it isn't the date that Bill and Bob meet. Because they met and Bob stopped drinking for a little while, and then he had a really good idea to go to Atlanta. And you guys all know what happens when you go to Atlanta, right? Yeah. Of course you get toasted. And he ends up coming back home, and he's completely a mess. And Bill helps him through a day, through a couple of days. I think it was over the weekend. Dr. Bob had a surgery to do on Monday, and so they gave him sauerkraut and stewed tomatoes. You talk about abuse, you know, and try and help him sober up. And then on the way to the hospital, Bill gives him another couple bottles of beer and a goofball so that he can do his surgery. Dr. Bob was a proctologist, okay? And there are those who say that the person who gave the most for Alcoholics Anonymous was the guy who had the operation on his ass that morning. But anyway, so Bob has a goofball and a couple bottles of beer. He's about to go into the hospital, and he turns to his sponsor, he turns to Bill, and he says, "I'm going to go through with it." And he goes into the operating room, and Bill goes back to the house, and he's sitting there waiting with Ann, Bob's wife, and he doesn't come home. And you know what that means. He's out on a run again. And he doesn't come home till late at night. And when he does come home, you know, they're worried. They're emotional. And where you been? And he said, "I've been out mending fences." See, the thing that Bob would not do was he wouldn't do the restitution stuff because he thought it was going to hurt his business, being a doctor. But what he did when he got out of the hospital, out of working on that guy that day, is he went around and he started making amends. And that's the day that we count as the start of Alcoholics Anonymous. So it's not the day that he stopped drinking, it's the day that he started to make restitution. It's the day that he started to do stuff, not just sit around and agree with it. And Bob ends up, because he's a doctor, working at St. Thomas Hospital and getting drunks to roll through there, and he worked with like thousands and thousands of alcoholics, sponsoring them, getting them through this just real simple stuff. And then here's Bill and Marty Mann. And if you haven't read it, there's a wonderful new biography about this woman, and she's one of the great stories in AA. Her story in the big book is Women Suffer Too. And she was one of these gals, I'm sure you guys have all run across women like this that can drink you under the table. She was a real allergic type. Came from a lot of money, had a lot of great stuff going for her, and then the stock market took all that away, and she was a hopeless chronic alcoholic. She reached the point, she'd been a high society woman, where she is actually being taken in as a charity case in an insane and the guy who was working with her was a high-end sanitarium, and the guy who was working with her was a guy by the name of Harry Tebow, and Dr. Tebow was working with her, and he got sick one day, and so he wasn't able to do his normal practice, so he started going through his mail. And in his mail was a copy of the big book, this multi-lift thing that they were sending out for people to check out. And he read it, and he goes, I know somebody like this, and he gave it to Marty. And Marty starts reading the book, and she, oh my God, there are other people like me. Because that's what that book does, you know, powerless. I got that. She's reading more about, and then she gets to the God stuff, and she goes, oh, not that, throws it away. And a couple days later, she gets ticked at one of the other workers there at the sanitarium, and she says, I'll just go drink at him. And then she remembered that when she was reading more about alcoholism, it talks about going out and deliberately drinking at people. And when she remembers that, she has this tremendous experience, kind of like Bill's, one of these white light experiences. And she doesn't know what to do, because the last time she had an experience like that, she'd taken a step out of a hotel room. She thought she could fly. So she runs to the doctor, and she says, you know, am I insane? Same thing Bill did with Shoemaker, and Tebow says, oh, no. I've read about that stuff in William James's book. Lots of people have had it. She said, you go back and read that book. And so she goes back and keeps reading the book. A couple days later, ends up at her first AA meeting, when AA was just like 10 or 12 people meeting in New York. And she ends up quitting drinking. And this is the woman that started the National Council on Alcoholism, that was involved with Bill's parents and what they called the Big 12 step, that really helped fundamentally change the way that medicine and that the legal system looks at the disease of alcoholism. I mean, this woman did incredible work so that you and I can be here and not be locked up and having the things happen to us that not that we all haven't been locked up and needed to be locked up, but that's another story.
Jay, need a water?
No, thanks. So let's do a little meditation, if we will. I'd like you guys, if you would, just close your eyes for a minute, and let's just spend a little time and think about what it is that happened to you. Okay? So let's take a deep breath, and why don't we go back to that first place that you went to an AA meeting at? What kind of a hall was it? How were the chairs set up? What was on the walls? What did it smell like? And in your mind's eye, go around the room. And think of the people that were there. And how did they greet you? And how did they treat you? And then think about your sponsor. And their friends. And their families. And how it is that you got together with that person. What they taught you. And then think about the folks that you have tried to pass this message on to. Wonderful. Now, as I mentioned to you last night, Sam Shoemaker used to always say that you have to give it away in order to get it. And I started sponsoring my first people when I was 28 days sober. And when I called my sponsor and said, "What do I do?" he said, "You just do what I've done with you. And remember that if they're sick enough to ask you for help, you can't hurt them. You can't hurt them. All we're doing is just being a vehicle, being a change, passing this message on, just saying, hey, look, I had a problem. I used to be like this. I couldn't stop drinking. I couldn't stop using. I couldn't stop lying. I couldn't stay out of jail. And then I met somebody that didn't live like that anymore. And all they did was they asked for help from whatever it was that created us, that they went out and made restitution, and that they tried to be helpful to others. So that's our little thing about the way that sponsorship actually, the history of it. And now, my friend Bill is going to go through and we're going to talk a little bit about the nuts and bolts of after AA started to get rolling, because one of the things that happened is they found out that drunks were okay hanging out with the nice people and all that stuff, but they had a real difficult time with it. So they started having meetings of their own, and later on it became what we call Alcoholics Anonymous.
Bill, alcoholic. Great stuff. After we do this, we're going to take a little break. You hear a lot of things in AA, and one of the things you hear is this, different than the phrase we're using, is you got to give it away to keep it. Well, we really think that you've got to give it away to even get it. And what's the it? What's the program? And if you really study the history of Alcoholics Anonymous, one of the things you come to realize that the big book, as they put it together, was a sales tool. It was a promo thing. They threw this thing out there, and they're trying to recruit people. These guys, you got to stop and think about this. You had Bill Wilson, the failed stock speculator. He wasn't a broker. He was a speculator. He didn't have a broker's license. You had Hank Parkhurst, the used car salesman. They formed a company selling car wax that never sold any car wax, and they produced fake stock certificates to try to get money to publish the book, which they later had to pay all that money back to all those people that put money up to it. And then the third guy was Bill D., who was a lawyer, of course, and ran for public office and lost. So this is who our founders were. These guys were promoters. Were they lit up? Did something happen to them? Absolutely. Absolutely. They all had these profound spiritual experiences. So they used the skills that they had. And they came out with this book. Now, many of you have probably heard Chapter 5 prior to the editing, where there was no suggestions, there was none of this stuff, and it was you will do this and you will do that. And then probably because the light shone down on them and God came to them and said, no, no, no. They passed this around. They said the first 100 people, there were only 77. They lied to us up front. Okay? And they passed it around, and these guys began to edit it, and they said, look, if we tell it like it really is, they'll run screaming down the street. We'll never get any letters. So we need to soften the approach. So they came out with the big book that we all know and love now, and it's all suggestions, and it's real easy and soft and kind of touchy-feely. In 1940 or 41, depending upon who you're reading about this document, Bob Smith came up with this Akron Manual. And at that time, you had guys, this was right after the book had come out, but before the real onslaught of people, before the Jack Alexander article and stuff, before people really started flooding into AA. They had guys that were traveling around the country, traveling salesmen, that said, look, I'm going to Atlanta. And we all know what happens in Atlanta. And I'm a little worried, what should I do? What do I do? How do I carry this message? And they had questions, practical questions. What should I do? First, second, third, fourth. So a bunch of the boys got together and they came up with this Akron Manual. And this was kind of an inside document. This wasn't something they were handing out to people. This was just for themselves. This is a how-to manual. And I think, well, I'm pretty sure that this is exactly what they were actually doing and how they were actually talking compared to what came out in the big book. So I'm just going to read a few excerpts. Now, I'm not proposing that we go back to this. But when you hear people talk about we need to go back to the basics, back to how, this is what was really going on. You tell me if you would like to go back to this. Now, some of it's kind of attractive. Some of it you'd really love to tell to people, you know, but the other parts that are kind of iffy. It says here, first off, explain that we are not in the business of sobering up drunks merely to have them go on another bender. Explain that our aim is total and permanent sobriety. Not one time in this document does it say one day at a time. It doesn't even allude to it. Definition of an Alcoholic Anonymous. An Alcoholic Anonymous is an alcoholic who, through application of and adherence to the rules laid down by the organization, has completely forsworn the use of any and all alcoholic beverages. The moment he wittingly drinks so much as a drop of beer, wine, spirits, or any other alcoholic drink, he automatically loses all status as a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. You're out. AA is not interested in sobering up drunks who are not sincere in their desire to remain completely sober for all time. This is a rather large commitment. To the newcomer, it is your life. It is your choice. If you are not completely convinced to your own satisfaction that you are an alcoholic, that your life has become unmanageable, if you are not ready to part with alcohol forever, it would be better for all concerned if you discontinued reading this and give up the idea of becoming a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. No losers here. A word to the sponsor. You must fulfill all pledges you make to him, either tangible or intangible. If you cannot fulfill a promise, do not make it. If you have in your hands the most valuable property in the world, the future of a fellow man. Treat his life as carefully as you would your own. You are literally responsible for his life. Really? Whoa. Alcoholics Anonymous is 100% effective for those who faithfully follow the rules. It is those who try to cut corners who find themselves back in their old drunken state. Rules. Yeah, no loopholes. You can't go to Atlanta. Before long, we're going to have an Atlanta thing going here, don't we? Before long, you will have a new thrill. The thrill of helping someone else. There is no greater satisfaction in the world than watching the progress of a new Alcoholic Anonymous. No whiskey in the world can give you this thrill. Above all, remember this. Keep the rules in mind. As long as you follow them, you are on firm ground, but the least deviation and you are vulnerable. As a new member, Remember that you are one of the most important cogs in the machinery of AA. Without the work of the new member, AA could not have grown as it has. You will bring into this work a fresh enthusiasm, the zeal of a crusader. You will want everyone to share with you the blessings of this new life. You will be tireless in your efforts to help others, and it is a splendid enthusiasm. Cherish it as long as you can. I think that's the engine that really drove these guys. I mean, just the thrill of doing the work. I mean, just doing it. You know, the outcomes were almost irrelevant. It was a matter of just having that kind of zeal. You can imagine what they felt like. I mean, Wilson never got another job. Ever. He just floated around from couch to couch to couch with his poor wife. He never went back to Wall Street at any significant level. He just did AA for the rest of his life. For you are ready to sponsor some other poor alcoholic who is desperately in need of help, both human and divine. So God bless you and keep you. Now here's my favorite one in this thing. You aren't very important in this world. If you lose your job, someone better will replace you. If you die, your wife will mourn briefly and then remarry. Your children will grow up, and you will be but a memory. In the last analysis, you are the only one who benefits by your sobriety. Seek to cultivate humility. Remember that cockiness leads to a speedy fall. Yeah. So they were having issues already, you know. Medical men will tell you that alcoholics are alike in at least one respect. They are emotionally immature. No. In other words, alcoholics have not learned to think like adults. 1940. At meetings, don't criticize the leader. He has his own problems and is doing his best to solve them. Help him along by standing up and saying a few words. He will appreciate your kindness and thoughtfulness. Already, they were pissing and moaning about the meetings and how they were being run. All 5 of them, you know. Don't criticize the methods of others. Strangely enough, you may change your own ideas as you become older in sobriety. Remember, there are a dozen roads from New York to Chicago, but they all land in Chicago. How soon you will be cured of a desire to drink is another matter. That depends entirely upon how quickly you can succeed in changing your fundamental outlook on life. For as your outlook changes for the better, desire will become less pronounced until it disappears almost entirely. It may be weeks or it may be months. Your sincerity and your capacity for working with others on the AA program will determine the length of time. They don't talk about doing another inventory, making more amends. They talk about your ability, your desire, your capacity for working with others as the real key, the ultimate key. Alcoholics Anonymous is based on a set of laws known as the 12 Steps. Years of experience, 4 or 5 years of experience have definitely proved that those who live up to these rules remain sober. Those who gloss over or ignore any one rule are in constant danger of returning to a life of drunkenness. Thousands of words could be written on each rule. Lack of space prevents, so they are merely listed here. It is suggested that they be explained by the sponsor. If he cannot explain them, he should provide someone who can. The Akron Manual. We're going to be quoting from stuff like that in these overheads, and I've got a list here, an email list, if you'd like to get copies of this stuff that we're talking about, some of the documents and some other things. Sign up, please, print, so I can read the damn thing. And I know that down here in the South there's a different form of writing that happens. You know, I have difficulty in deciphering this, you know, so take care with it and sign the list, and we would be happy to send you copies of this stuff. Let's take a break. Yeah.
Now, as I told you, I got sober in 1979. We could read the big book unsupervised in those days. And also, we got sober on reading the whole book. we didn't get this 164 pages stuff. And I got sober in 1979. The third edition of the Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous came out in 1978. And I didn't have anybody ever tell me that their second edition was better than my third edition. I didn't have anybody say to me, "Oh, I don't know where the stories are." The people that taught me about Alcoholics Anonymous had read the new book, were familiar with all of it so that they could meet me where I was. They were ready to be of service to me. They weren't standing there waiting for me to figure out how I could be like them and get something that they had that I couldn't get. So, for those of you who don't know, this is the fourth edition of the book, Alcoholics Anonymous. If you haven't read it, do it. And when you work with somebody, work out of this book. Well, all my notes are in my third edition. Transfer it. I mean, come into this. This book is 8 years old, 9 years old. Why don't you try coming into the 21st century? This is a very good opinion. It should be yours. To wit. Whenever I have the privilege of buying somebody a copy of the book Alcoholics Anonymous, I always go to page 180. Oh my God. And because in this it's in Dr. Bob's Nightmare. And whenever I have the privilege of talking to somebody, I say, read Dr. Bob's Nightmare, pay really close attention to the last few pages, because you'll know why it is that we're all excited to see you. And in fact, when I work with alcoholics now, we read Dr. Bob's Nightmare before we go into the prefaces. My wife, when she heard I was doing this, ran out with the first guy that I was doing it. We're sitting in the living room. She runs out and she says, "You're killing people!" Anyway, so in Dr. Bob's Nightmare, he says, after this litany of just awful drinking and all this stuff, he said, that was June 10th, 1935, and that was my last drink. As I write, nearly 4 years have passed. Down at the end of he talks about, what it was that Bill carried to him. He says, "It is a most wonderful blessing to be relieved of the terrible curse with which I was afflicted. My health is good, and I have regained my self-respect and the respect of my colleagues. My home life is ideal, and my business is as good as can be expected in these uncertain times. I spend a great deal of time passing on what I've learned to others who want and need it badly. I do it for 4 reasons. Number 1, a sense of duty. Number 2, it is a pleasure. Number 3, because in doing so, I am paying my debt to the man who took time to pass it on to me. And 4, because every time I do it, I take out a little more insurance for myself against a possible slip. Unlike most of our crowd, I did not get over my craving for liquor much during the first 2.5 years of abstinence. It was almost always with me. But at no time have I been anywhere near yielding." Later on, he goes on to say that if you think you're an atheist, an agnostic, a skeptic, or have any other form of intellectual pride which keeps you from accepting what is in this book, I feel sorry for you. But if you still think you are strong enough to beat the game alone, that is entirely your affair. But if you really and truly want to quit drinking liquor for good and all, and sincerely feel that you must have some help, we know that we have an answer for you. It never fails. If you go about it with 1/2 the zeal you have been in the habit of showing when you were getting another drink, your Heavenly Father will never let you down. And that is my experience. is that I'm an active AA guy. These are active AA guys. Drinking and using took up between 16 and 21 hours a day, depending on what kind of help I had to help me along, right? I mean, I was always going after it. And what is it that I have to pay for that? What is it that this terrible curse with which I was afflicted? My stepmother died from cirrhosis of the liver. My brother-in-law died from cirrhosis of the liver. I've got a sister with 22 years of sobriety. I've got another sister who doesn't have a problem with drugs and alcohol, but she dates poorly and marries worse. And if you saw her, you would say, this poor homeless woman, when you see her and her husband. But this is the life that they have chosen. They have no desire in doing stuff that folks do. And if you go out through my cousins, every single one of my cousins has been institutionalized or has way too many children by people that have interesting tattoos all over their body and have done time. And so alcoholism has devastated my family. And yet I walk a free man today. And what does it take me? What does it take me? It takes getting up in the morning and ask for a little help. I spend maybe 20 minutes in the morning doing one form of meditative practice or another, and then I do a little more writing and stuff. And so it takes me, say, a half hour in the morning. During the course of the day, I take phone calls. Who knows how many calls I take? It's not that many. It's not that many. And then in the evening, I tend to go to a meeting, or I have a meditation group in my house, or I have some other commitment that I'm out doing stuff with you guys, right? And I have been lifted from this incredible curse. And so that's why I do it. And why I do it is that it only happens by working with others. The only way that I live free and clear is by giving it away in order to get it. And, you know, again, this idea that somehow I've got to know what I'm doing, I mean, it's ridiculous. Thank you. You know, this either, somewhere in that book it says either God is everything or God is nothing. So either I'm going to let the higher power run the deal or I'm going to try and run it. Now, Bill has seen me run the deal, and when he came in, I was as active and did as effective work as I've ever done in Alcoholics Anonymous when I was running the show. When I was sober man, armed with steps, concepts, and traditions, and I had them lined up. You know, they were coming into my house and doing all that stuff, and had them out, you know, going after it. But ultimately, I couldn't carry that weight, and I had to allow the higher power to actually run the show. There was nothing I hated more when I was first sponsoring Bill than some dried-up old geek that said, if they're going to do it, they're going to do it. If they're going to get it, they're going to get it. I can't make them. I'd say, you're killing alcoholics. Give them to me. I'll show them how to do this program. Work the steps or die.
That's God calling.
Yeah, I know. I was just wondering if there was any message I needed to hear. I think it was the work the steps or die that God was responding to. But anyway, so what ended up happening is that when I let the higher power run the show, it all got easier. It all got easier. And nowadays what I say is, if they're going to get it, they're going to get it. You know, and then I let guys that are, you know, and that's the thing, is we're a spiritual continuum. So the people that have got to hear the message in a clear, undiluted, direct manner now, I give them to John Gunner. That's fine. You know, it's a real, you know, so I mean, because we're all in different stages at different times. And the only thing that's necessary is that I be helpful. Now, one of the other lies that you hear along the I don't have the time is, well, if I do everything that AA says, then,
what if somebody calls me and says, will you come on the marathon on Christmas? And I've got a family. I can't go to AA because of that. No, you have a commitment to your family. You can say, no, excuse me, I have a commitment. Spiritual truths will never violate. They never cross. If you're doing, and it's like, you want to be a really good parent? Sponsor people. What? Well, when I sponsor people, what happened is I learned that I can know exactly how another human being should go about functioning in their life. I know the steps they should take, how they should go about it, and if they'll just follow my direction, their life will be wonderful. And they don't do it. And their life ends up being wonderful. Right? And so what happens is I get all that ego knocked out of me so that when my daughter becomes a teenager, I can be willing to give her advice and then not throw her away because she doesn't take it. Because I've already seen that the big guy's got a plan. However her life's going to unfold, it's how her life's going to unfold. And I can sit there and say, you ought to do this, but it's exactly the same thing as me trying to do that with a sponsee. So what happens is the sponsees were able to soften me enough so I could be a good father. Now, I know you can't believe this, but also with my wife, I sometimes know exactly how she should be. This also is why God created Al-Anon. We have a group conscience in my house, my wife and my cat and myself, that life really works a lot better when I go to my weekly Al-Anon meeting. Speaking of an outside issue, but this really is an inside issue. And the whole thing about being able to learn about the Al-Anon thing, I want to mention that Bill's dad, Gordon, taught us a really good thing, which is that when you reach the point, notice that I say when you reach the point, that you're willing to go and learn from women and men who have real experience in dealing with insane people on a regular basis, keep your mouth shut. Don't take up their airtime. Listen to what it is that they have to say. Learn from them. And when I went to Al-Anon, there was a situation in my home with my wife's health where I was like managing and controlling her and doing the best I could, and just if she'd only follow my direction. And at one point, after all I had done for her, she looked at me and said, this is where I pack. And so I just shut my mouth and I went to an Al-Anon meeting. And what happened is that by listening to the experience of the women and men there, I gradually, I was so busy trying to control my wife's life that their consciousness raised me up so that I could get off her enough that the higher power could enter in and save her life. So, this thing about me knowing what it is that's supposed to be going on is really delicate. So what I need to do is I need to keep being of service in Alcoholics Anonymous because you're the ones that teach me, keep me teachable. You're the ones that gets presented with me to teach me the lesson. See, it used to be, and one of the great things about sponsorship is you get to go through the sober man phase where you know everything. And you're speaking down to people. But then gradually what happens is that you just become a member of the group. I'm just another drunk. Now, I know a lot better than most of the people in my meeting, but that's another thing entirely. But, but the thing is that how much do I insist that? Sponsorship is what keeps me better. If you have a lot of employees, sponsor people. You start to learn about what it is you can and cannot do. And that's another one where the Al-Anon literature is very helpful, the Courage to Change book, before you go in and tell. Anyway, it just makes things a lot easier. And so this thing of always being in the book is a great blessing. There was a guy who just recently passed away, Paul Martin. And if you haven't listened to Paul's talks, you can get them for fun and for free. You can download them off xaspeakers.org. And Paul, it was really fun. I called him a couple years ago because I wanted to know about a relationship that he had with his sponsor. And so after getting through to him, and the guy at the time, when he died, he had 62 years of sobriety, and he was like 89 years old or something. I mean, he was just, I called him, the guy spent a half an hour on the phone with me, but before we started to talk, he said, okay, how long are you sober? I said, well, I'm sober 28 years. Good. Do you have a sponsor? Yes. When's the last time you talked to your sponsor? Well, I talk to him every week. I got a half-hour slot that I talk to him. I said, okay, good. He said, when's the last inventory you did? I said, about 6-7 months ago. He said, are you in the book with other alcoholics? Well, yeah. He said, okay, now we can talk. I know who I'm talking to. Because he was used to talking to a lot of people that had untreated alcoholism. And when we got done with the conversation, he said, kid, I want to tell you something. He said, if you're not in the book with other alcoholics, if you're not going to meetings, if you're not talking to somebody on a regular basis and sharing costly things, in other words, the things that you wish weren't true about yourself, he said, if you're not doing that stuff, you will go insane. And he said, I have watched it happen with hundreds and hundreds of people with long-term sobriety that I love. So in other words, what I do is I just keep with it, and with my sponsor, I call him every Tuesday night at 9:30. Now, why do I do that? I do it because I asked this man to sponsor me because he's the man that I admire most in Alcoholics Anonymous. He's 58 years old, and he's got 35 years of sobriety. I want what he has. And he's an active AA member, and I call him and I want to spend time with him, and I want to get to learn how he lives his life. And of course, it's amazing the parallels that we share. And so, I'm putting myself in that position because I want what he has. Now, I sponsor a lot of guys. Anybody wants, they got a half-hour slot with me. But you'd be amazed how few actually have that. The other reason that I sponsor is that it keeps me aware of the miracle of my own recovery. And the miracle of my day, the miracle of the marriage I have, the miracle of the relationship I have with my daughter, with my grandmother, and with my wife. One other thing is that another reason why I sponsor is that I sponsor so I can be available. Now, Bill, when he started on interferon, I knew that for me to, my first reaction was, well, make sure you call me every day because you're going to be going through a difficult time. And then I realized it was insane. He didn't call me all the time anyway, but the thing is that if I wanted to be helpful to my sponsee, to my friend, I needed to call him. So this is not a one-way thing. And if I can give you, the one thing that I want you to remember, if you can't remember anything else, is, if they're sick enough to ask you for help, you can't hurt them. But the second thing is that God never puts two people together to only help one. God never puts two people together to only have one. Thank you.
Matthew, alcoholic. There's something we say in AA is pick up the phone, use the phone. And I think the implication is don't be a secret, don't isolate, call and tell somebody what's going on with you. But I got this lesson in that, and underneath the chapter heading of today's section, this section of why do we do it, I think one of the reasons we don't pick up the phone is maybe we think we're different. Maybe we think somebody won't understand our particular situation, or I was talking to a guy earlier today who said, I didn't think anybody drank like me, and then I forgot there was a guy who I drank with who was in AA, and that blew that. So we don't pick up the phone, and the implication again is we're isolating. We should call someone and tell them our problems. Well, I've heard a lot of stories in AA when people get here. I know my story. I thought I had problems that were insurmountable. I had a brand new baby. I had all sorts of debt. My mother was sick with cancer. I couldn't get a job. It seemed to me like my problems were insurmountable. But then I heard this story about this other guy and the way he used the phone, and it totally humbled me, and it changed the way I looked at this whole thing. Now, this guy had been really, really wealthy. He had a lot of money. And the economy went bad, and he lost the money. And he didn't have much, and through his drinking, he lost the money. And he had tried to get sober, and he drank again. He tried to get sober, and he drank again. And he was reduced to living off his wife's minimum wage job. And he was humiliated, and he got sober. He stopped drinking for a few months. And he had a long, hard fall, and he was a bad alcoholic, and all he had was a few months of sobriety, and he found a position that he could get into where maybe he could make some money and get back on top. And he had to go out of town. He went on a business trip, and he was humiliated in the process because it didn't go his way, and this was his big promise. This was how he was going to fix it all for his family and get back on top. And he was desperate, and he was alone. And he just had a couple of months of sobriety, and he decided to use the phone. But he was in a bad situation. He didn't have a bunch of people to call in AA. He was in a lonely city, and he picked up the phone, and he had a list of people, and he called 10 different people to find somebody to help. He didn't even look for someone to tell his problems to. Now, back home, he had a priest who had helped him. He had a doctor who had helped him, and he had his wife. But he called 10 strangers, basically out of the phone book. They were actually on a church directory. And he got the number of somebody who knew somebody who had alcoholism that he could help. And that was Bill Wilson. And he didn't pick up the phone to dump. That's not why we're supposed to pick up the phone. We're supposed to pick up the phone to get out of ourselves and help. And I was in AA and read that book, and that didn't occur to me for 7 or 8 years. And when I was actually at a play. Bill drags us off to this play from time to time. And they showed Bill the scene where Bill's calling the people. And you start to realize this guy called people. There's no AA, right? Nobody knows. When you call, okay, hey, I'm looking for an alcoholic I need to talk to, they think you're crazy, right? And he did that 10 times, got hung up on, got some direction. People thought, what are you talking about? Imagine that. Imagine that. And we have all of this. We have all of these meetings. And it was so humbling for me because sometimes I can't pick up the phone to talk to the guy that left me a message to say, can you call me back? And I do. I do that, but I don't want to sometimes. And I think that's another point I'd like to talk about, but the whole thrust of what we believe is that it is in helping other people that you get the spiritual life. It's not in the 11 steps, it's in the 12th step. And when I read that and saw that play, and what they did, the technique in this play is he would call somebody and say, do you have an alcoholic to help? And then the light would go off. And then the light would come back on him again, and he was dialing another number, and then the light would go off. And then he did that 10 times. And then he had to wait a whole night and not drink in a strange town with a failed business proposition and go find someone to help. He did not go to Dr. Bob's house and go, I got problems, man. Let me tell you about my problems. He said, I used to be able not to stop drinking, and I haven't had a drink in a few months. Can I talk to you? And he changed the course of the world. I mean, that's not an exaggeration. And I'm Irish. I'm prone to exaggeration. So the other thing that, from my own personal experience, I always feel more comfortable speaking from my personal experience, is, I have been given a wonderful life. I've been given a wonderful life. I was destitute and morally bankrupt and spiritually bankrupt and financially underwater. And I've been given this wonderful life. And we read the big book a lot. When I do my sponsorship, and at least the guy gets to the part in the big book where it talks about Jim. Remember the car dealer, Jim? And Jim, what does he do, right? He has an argument with his boss, and he goes out to the country. I love that. He leaves the city to go to the country to sell a car. I understand, Jim. I'm going to go where there are fewer people, and then I'll find someone to buy this car. But when I read that part, there's a line in there that makes a chill run up my spine. It says, all went well for a while for Jim, but he failed to enlarge his spiritual life. So when I read that, I get a little bit nervous, because you could write Matthew. You could just take Jim out, put Matthew in there. All has gone well for a while for Matthew. I met and married the woman of my dreams in Alcoholics Anonymous. She's not in AA. I met her at a bus stop. Fell madly in love. We've been married for years. I've never lied to my wife. I kiss the ground in the morning that she's married to me. We have a happy, fulfilling relationship. I don't know where this came from. I have 3 children, but 2 littler children that feel safe with me. I have this life that's all has gone well for a while for me. It hasn't all been great. Bad things have happened, good things have happened. But when I read that, I think, wow. And as you stay sober longer, or as I stay sober longer, I'm kind of like, well, how do I enlarge my spiritual life? When you're new, your spiritual life is so small, it's pretty easy to enlarge. Not much to do. I'll go to the meeting. Hey, I actually grew by a nano piece. Exponentially, yeah. It's twice as large, but it's still this small. But I've been sober a long time. I've been on long meditation retreats. I've led retreats. I meditate with these guys. I pray. I do the work with other alcoholics. But that's the crux of it, is how do you enlarge your spiritual life? And I find, for me, it's when I push myself outside my comfort zone. It's when I make myself take one step past what I'm comfortable doing. And I want to give an example of this. There was a guy I was sponsoring, and he ended up in the hospital, and he was going to die. He drank again. He held up in a hotel room, and his liver just went to hell. He turned completely yellow. His eyes were bright red. He looked like the devil. All his blood vessels broke in his eyes. And he was admitted to a hospital. He didn't have anybody left in his family because they all had drank themselves to death. And I sponsored him for a very short time, and he was in a hospital not far from my house, and he was never going to come out. He was in ICU. They found him. When they found him, every wastebasket in his house was full of the blood he'd thrown up into it. So it was over for this guy. So he didn't know. He was in an alcoholic coma, and he didn't know, but I had told him the last time I went to see him in a coma that I would come back the next day. I just said to his body. And I went off to work, and I had a bad day. I work with doctors. I'm a drug dealer. I sell drugs. And it was a rainy day, and we don't have a lot of those in Southern California, so nobody remembers how to drive. They think, oh, it's raining, I must tailgate you. And it's kind of like that, and everybody was kind of off that day. I had a really frustrating time with these people. I was far away from my house. I was in the farthest reaches of my territory. I was discontented. I knew I was upset because on the radio came Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, a classic, great song. And I listened to the song for a minute and said, man, this song sucks. And I shut it off. And I went, wow, something's wrong, man. You hate this song now? And I'm driving home on the freeway, and I remembered I was going to go see Mike. And I thought, oh, crap. I don't want to go see Mike. That's the last thing. I want to go see my wife. I want to hold my wife. I want to play with my kids. I want to forget about this day. But the men in Alcoholics Anonymous, these men particularly, but other men that I know, showed me AA. They didn't tell me AA. They drugged me to hospitals. I remember going on a panel once, and I had like a year sober and not a pot to piss in. And I'm on a panel, and a guy walks in, and I knew the guy, and he was sober a long time, and he had a nice-looking wife, and he had a lot of money. And I'm like, what are you doing here? And he said, well, I'm doing the panel. I'm like, well, I have no life. I know why I come to the panel. And these guys showed me, you go do this stuff. This is for real. We take this seriously. So I'm driving home thinking I'm not going to go see Mike. And literally the hospital's 2 blocks from my house. It's right around the corner from my house. And I don't want to go see him. I really don't. Because I got nothing for him. I'm feeling pretty upset inside. I'm feeling kind of empty. And I'm driving by the hospital, and my car pulled in. It just pulled in. And it's raining, and I've got a suit on, so I got to get out and put my raincoat on and my hat, and I'm looking at the rain, I'm looking at the emergency room, and I don't want to go in. So I get up, get out of the car, and it with just really just walked in there feeling totally out of it, not connected. I got nothing for Mike. I don't really give a damn about him, to be honest, at that moment. I'm just being honest. I'd like to tell you I'm always full of enthusiasm. I'm not. And I walked into the emergency room, and there's the woman again in ICU, and she's saying, "I'm sorry, family only." And I said, "Well, this guy's in an alcoholic coma. I've been coming every day. I'm his sponsor in AA. He doesn't have any family. Do you think maybe I could see him?" And she looks as upset as I am at her day and as down as I am. And she's, emergency room nurses, that's not a fun life. And she's flipping through his file, and my business card is stapled to every page of his file. And I'm like, "That's me. That's me. That's me." And I don't even want to have this argument. I want her to give me permission to get in my car and go home. But she doesn't. She said, "Well, I guess, but he's just in there and he's not doing anything, and he's strapped down and he's in a coma." And I walk in there, and they left the lights off. I sit at the end of his bed, and he has no teeth. And I forgot. I was looking at him, his mouth's open, and he's bright yellow. I mean, yellow like that shirt. He was yellow. And I looked at him, and he looked like he was dead. And his mouth was open, and his teeth were all messed up, and most of them were gone. And I remembered that he had told me he didn't like to go to the dentist. And so I'm looking at him. And I sat there for about 15 minutes, and it was dark and gloomy in there, and it wasn't comfortable, but I just thought, well, I said I'd come. I'm here. So I sat there, and when I felt like I had paid my dues, I got up, I walked over to the side of his bed. I was just going to say goodbye to him, and he grabbed my hand, and he sat straight up, and he scared the shit out of me. He went, and and he looked up at me, and he said, "Am I crazy?" And I looked right at him, and I don't know why I said this. I think something else in me said this. I said, "No, man. You're not crazy. You're an alcoholic." And he looked around the room, and he didn't know where he was. And he looked back at me, and he said, "Why do you love me so much?" And I felt guilty. And I looked at him, and I said, "Because you're just like me. You're me." And the whole world changed. Everything was perfect. All the planets aligned. The room changed. In me, everything changed. And he felt it too. I could tell he felt it too. And I hadn't failed to enlarge my spiritual life. And it didn't matter that I wanted to. You don't have to want to. And I didn't go to see Mike in the hospital to dump about my shitty day. I just went there to try to help by being present. And I was driving in today with Billy, and Mike called. Mike got out of the hospital. Mike's sober. Mike has a job. Mike's an active member of our home group. That's what happens here. And my message to you is it's okay if you don't always want to do it. I've learned that because I don't always want to do it. But if you go do it, some really wild shit can happen.
Guess what Mike's nickname is? Jesus.
We'll report that to him.
Yeah. Liver Mike. He's the one with the worst liver in the room. Maybe. There's a good contest there, though. That's a great story. You ever had anybody say to you, "He's not emotionally available for me"? You ever heard that? They say that to us in many different ways. They say, "You don't hear me when I talk to you. You don't listen. You're not there for me. You don't understand." They say it. And we look at them and we go, "What the hell are you talking about? What is it you want from me?" They think we're hiding something. They don't know that we don't have what they're looking for. You know. And what they mean when they say that to us, that you're not emotionally available for me, is that I've got something that they want and I'm withholding it. And the truth is worse. I don't have it. And I don't know that I don't have it. You've convinced me that I've got it, and I'm helping you look for it. And this is going to go on forever. Forever. And now that I'm a newcomer in AA, if you would like me to be there for you, because things are starting to look better now. I'm not drinking, and I'm showing up for work, and I'm present for experiences that are happening now. The conversations are different. Things are looking up. If you'd like me to really be there for you, if you'd like me to be intimate with you, and what I mean by that term is where I can actually feel what you feel. I'm not just reacting to how you feel impacts me. I'm not just responding to your emotions. I actually have emotions of my own that I can connect with yours, and we can interact on this emotional level, and sometimes nonverbal, where I get where you are. I feel you in the room. And if you're disturbed, I don't have to try to fix you. I can just kind of be there for you. If that's what you're really looking for from me, it's going to take about 10 years. It's not going to happen all of a sudden. You extract alcohol from my environment, and what you have is somebody that is very tense. This is all very new. I don't know how to go to work without medication. I don't know how to interact with you. I can't comprehend having sex in sobriety. How do you actually look at him and make the deal and stuff? What do you do with that? It was really incomprehensible. I don't think I'd ever had sex sober. So it was real hard for me to imagine doing it. It's very uncomfortable. And you can't admit that, too, because it's very emasculine. So you have to kind of keep that to yourself and pretend like you're getting laid a lot, to maintain the image. You don't want people to know that you're just a frightened little boy inside. You don't even know that you're a frightened little boy. You cover it up with other stuff. The way men cover that up is with anger and arrogance and pomposity and stuff like that. At least that's what I do with it. If all I do in that 10-year period is go to 875,000 meetings, nothing will change. It won't even get a little bit better. I might get promoted at work, something. But the chances are I might even start getting fired a lot. I might start losing jobs and stuff. Every time they want to give me more work, I might look at that like they're trying to take advantage of me. You ever heard that? Sometimes you'll talk to guys and they'll say, well, yeah, they want to give me a promotion, but I'm not buying into that. They're going to give me a little bit of more money and a whole lot more responsibility, and they're not pulling that on me. And I'm looking at the guy like, they want to promote you, dude. This is a positive event in your life, Oh, bullshit. They're just trying to take advantage of me, This weird reaction to things, very strange, very immature kind of reaction to stuff, The thief thinks everyone else is a thief. He figures he'll steal from you, you'll probably steal from him. That's our perception of the world, The alcoholic is kind of paranoid and suspicious because he's a creep, and he thinks everybody else is creepy too, so that's our reality. We haven't had the psychic change yet. We're just sober. That's all. Now, if I work steps like 1 through 9, and I do an inventory and I make some amends, things will get a little bit better, but that isn't going to do it. That's not it. The first step says I'm powerless. Now, they took it easy on us. They said we're powerless over alcohol because they didn't want to tell us the whole story for fear that we would run screaming down the street. And my experience with powerlessness is, which I think takes about 20 years to really grasp the depth of it. He's kibitzing back here. I think I'm utterly powerless. I don't think I have any power over anything at all. And I'm one of these guys in AA that believes that When I got here, I was powerless, and by working the steps, I am then not re-empowered, so now that I have power. I think what the truth is that in nature, I have no power. Nature does not require me to have any power at all. Everything just kind of unfolds all by itself. It doesn't require any input from me at all. It just kind of unfolds. And my job in this process is to be an audience, to watch the unfolding, to be part of it in the sense that I'm an observer of it. It doesn't unfold because of me. I am not the catalyst. It doesn't require that from me. If it's true that I'm utterly powerless, then I can't possibly manage anything because managers have power. So yes, my life is unmanageable by me, but the truth about that is it doesn't require me to manage it. I don't need to manage anything. And my suffering lies in the fact that I think I have power or should have power, and I insert myself into this process and I become extremely frustrated and I suffer from this because I keep trying to make things different than they are. I look at things and I label them right and wrong. I go, well, that shouldn't have happened. That's not fair. There's no justice in that. That's incorrect. So now I've had the negative event, and on top of that, I've determined it shouldn't have happened, and now I suffer on top of the hurt from the negative event. And I create all the suffering in my life. It does not come from nature. It comes from me in my judgment of it. I interpret my own experiences as if they need to be interpreted. I mean, I'll have an experience, and my initial reaction to the experience is, well, that was really interesting. And then a day or so later, I will have determined that it could have been a lot better than it was. So I even take from myself positive events that occurred in the past, and I reconstruct them and determine, well, that was stupid. Therein lies my suffering. So if I can grasp this idea of powerlessness and unmanageability, the second step then becomes truly operational. I need a manager. And I need to be restored to sanity. Certainly enough sanity not to drink and use, but also enough sanity to really understand the depth and truth of the powerlessness and unmanageability, to really see it. To come to understand the truth of it so that I can go to this power and say, geez, you're running it, man. I'm sorry about all that stuff in the past. I'm on board, dude. I get it. I get it. You're running it. I'm cool with that. If I can get that, then the third step becomes operational. What do you do with that? You turn your life and will over to it. What life and will? The fourth step. The resentments, fears, and the broken relationships. Resentment certainly because my happiness is dependent upon your behavior. If you behave correctly, then I'm happy. So I have expended an immense amount of energy trying to get you to behave correctly, and you don't. And I get pissed off at my core about that. I'm not just a little bit upset. It changes my entire life. The level of anger and revulsion I have towards you is really hard to describe. It comes out in rage and in fits and seizures of anger, in my case. I mean, I just flip out over this kind of stuff. It changes my entire life. Fear because I know it's not working and I don't have an alternative. So I hate you and I'm afraid of you at the same time. Because I need you. I can't get along without you. And you're missing in my life. That's the hole that's in me, is you. I'm alone in this world. Broken relationships, of course I have broken relationships. If what I'm bringing to the table is resentment and fear, how could I have anything other than that? The fifth step is the ceremony that you and I go through to complete the third step. We tell ourselves maybe for the first time in our lives, another human being maybe the first time in our lives, and this power, here's my stuff. You take it. I'm pooped. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. 6 and 7 are about the character defects Matthew touched upon. Becoming willing and humbly asking. We can see what the character defects are. They're in the fourth column of the resentment list. My faults and mistakes. It does not say my part. It says, what are my faults and mistakes? I'm unforgiving. I'm judgmental. I'm self-righteous. I'm arrogant. I'm pompous. Maybe I'm violent. I'm all this stuff. Whatever your cute little mix is, you can see what it is. You can see it. You can see the patterns in that fourth column. As the years go by, it becomes more and more clear because your focus on doing the inventory is towards that fourth column. You're not trying to avoid it anymore. You're going right there because you know that's where the problem is. It's never them. It's never you. Ever. Ever. It's always me. And I look for that now. So then the manager gives us our first assignment. He says, make amends. Take all the resentments and put them on your amends list. I'm going to help you rid yourself of these resentments. This is the mechanism we're going to use. So I go about that process. Now, at the end of that 9th step, am I emotionally available for you? No. There might be some hope, but I'm not there yet. This 1 through 9 is about 15% of the program. And God, we have workbooks and pamphlets and seminars, and we go on. We have 15-column expanded inventories. And, you know, if you're not doing it all the time, you're just not doing it. And I'm telling you, here's the Bill C. program of that. If you're 2 or 3 or 4 years sober and you're working on your 5th or 6th inventory, throw it away. You missed the point. You know, it's not about inventory after inventory after inventory after inventory. That's just another form of self-obsession. This is not a self-help program. This is not an analytical program. This is a spiritual program. We're not looking for your character defects. We don't care. You know? I don't want to hear another goddamn inventory from you. You know? You know, I'm tired of it. I'll tell you something. At 62 years old and 24 years sober, I am just bored to tears with myself. I mean, there's just no stone left unturned. I'm just not that interesting. It's hard for me to admit that, but the truth is I'm just not that interesting. I mean, there just isn't much there. We're constantly looking for stuff that we've buried. The depth of our shallowness knows no bounds. There's nothing there. Most of our problem, most of your and my problem is what is missing, not what's there that doesn't work well. There's a whole bunch of stuff missing. I missed it all growing up. I need experiences now that will create some emotional depth, not find the old crap that's there and thrush it around, you know. You, on the other hand, are a never-ending font of weirdness. You know, I mean, you've brought some things to my attention I would have never considered, you know. So at the 9th step, 15% of the program. People talk about 10, 11, and 12 are the maintenance steps. Maintain what? What have we got to maintain? Is this thing just about not drinking? I don't think so. The not drinking has already happened. This is about living. Living at some comfort level where drinking may not be an option anymore. That would be nice. That's a nice side effect. To me, the focus is not about not drinking. I can't get you to not drink. I can't even maintain your sobriety for you. I'm powerless. I'm powerless. But I can help you and myself improve our spiritual condition. 10, 11, and 12 are 85% of the program. It's the way we live here. 10 is about living an examined life. It's about paying attention. It's the continuing inventory process. It's described in our book in conjunction with and part of the 11th step. I think they're inseparable. I mean, part of the 11th step process is about reviewing the day, being present, you know, that consciousness, being aware, living the examined life. There's a difference between self-obsession and self-awareness. There's a big difference between those two. And if what happened to me in March of '85 is I was awakened, the rest of the journey is to take that awakening and turn it into some kind of an awareness, where I'm actually aware that I'm awake. And that maybe there's something I can do with this. So I continue the inventory process. You want to stay in the inventory process? Sponsor people. You're always in the inventory process. It never stops. It never stops. There's a constant reviewing and being aware of and being conscious and being present in that present moment about what's actually happening right now, all the time, in real time. The 11th step, one of the great beauties of the 11th step, And it's taken me a long time to really come to this. I understood this on an intellectual level for a long time, and it became real to me some years ago when I was going through the interferon process. And I was depressed, and I had anxiety, and I was just a mess. I was a mess. And my friend Christoph came to me, and he gave me a book, and he said, read this. And I go, yeah, I'll read it. And he yelled at me. He goes, read it, God damn it! And he's French, you know. I was like, and so I actually read the thing. And in this book, The Power of Now, Eckhart Tolle tells this story, and I think this is the AA story. This is us. He tells the story at the very beginning of this book of waking up in the middle of the night with an anxiety attack one more time, one of many that had been going on for years. And he gets up out of bed in the middle of the night and he walks out in the living room and he says to himself out loud, I can't live with myself any longer. And then the very next thought is, well, then there must be two of me. If I can't live with myself, there must be two of me. Then the very next thought was, I wonder which one is real. I wonder which one is real. And I read that, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. And a lot of things fell into place. In the big book, Wilson says, selfishness and self-centeredness are the root of our problems. I don't think he was kidding. He says our very lives depend upon our constant thought of others and how we may help meet their needs. I don't think they were kidding. And he didn't say our lives would be better if. He tells us that our lives depend upon this kind of psychic change to where I'm actually thinking more of you than I do myself. And what is Tolle saying? What does Ramana Maharshi say? What does Keating say? What do all these guys, what are they all saying to us? It's about the disidentification with self, about the reduction of the sense of self. We here say the smashing of the ego. We use terms like, I think we got it right by mistake. We talk about our heads in the third person. We say, my head is out to get me. I think there's some truth to that, you know. I think, though, like Jay's wife Adele says, I think it's really trying to help me. It just doesn't know that it's negative, you know. It's trying to help. It's trying to do what it can. It's really not an adversarial relationship. In the 11th step, in meditation, we can have the very real life experience of watching our thoughts. We can actually come to understand at depth and have the experience that we are not our thinking mind. That is a game changer. That changes the entire game. That changes everything. Because I believe I am my thinking mind. And if you hadn't brought that to my attention, I would have never questioned that. That question would never come up. I think, therefore I am. I just think stuff, and I go do it. And it creates a reality for me that I buy into. They're all out to get you. Well, of course they are. You know, but she didn't really mean that when she said that. I know she didn't really mean it. You're really not that good looking. Yeah, I know. You're a fool, Bill. You're never going to figure it out. Yeah, shh, quiet. You know, don't say it too loud. Other people might hear. You know, and this dialogue goes on. I believe it all. And it reduces me. It shrinks me. It never builds me up. For some reason, it never comes up with stuff, you know, Bill, all the men want to be you and all the women want you. It never comes up with that. I've never heard that. You know. My wife tells me that, though. Isn't that cool? You know what you do with a woman like that? You keep her. She also tells me, she says, honey, you're not fat, you're luscious. I love that. That's cute. So in the 12th step, the reason we do this is because there is nothing else for us to do. There is only one job in Alcoholics Anonymous, and it's that one. There are not many different forms of 12-step work. There's only one. We all know what it is. And we all come up with reasons why we don't have to do it. or we'll put limitations on how we only have to do so much of it. And we've talked about some of that. Well, I'm too busy, or there's other things. There's this illusion for some reason that we either do it all the time or never. You know, there's no middle ground. It's either this way or it's that way. But the truth about this work is, if I don't work with you, I will never confront my defects of character. The mechanism that the manager uses to bring this to the forefront, to cause us to see ourselves, is he sends me you. When I get on my knees and I ask for help, I shouldn't send it away when it shows up, and it's going to look a lot like you. He's going to send me you. I cannot recover without you. You are an integral part of the process. It's like Jay was saying, two people come together, not just one is helped. This is for both of us. This happens for both of us. And I never know how it's going to come at me. The last thing I want to do is try to control the experience. Now, there's two things that I do to try to force myself into a corner. It's my way, my own halting way of having some kind of discipline in my life. I have two rules that I live by, and I try very diligently to live by this. One, I always answer the phone. I don't look at the caller ID. I just answer the phone, and I try to have faith that whoever is coming into my life is supposed to be there. They're being sent. This is part of the plan. I don't have the power. The last thing I want to do is start screening the experience. Pretty soon, my belief is that the rerun of Law and Order that I'm watching is more important than you. That's the value judgment I will make. And the truth is that you are always more important, no matter who it is that's on the phone. And I need to let this happen, that there are no mistakes, that I'm not running it, I'm powerless, whatever's coming is supposed to be there. Rule number 2, never say no. Sometimes you end up in New Orleans eating duck gumbo. Other times you're in Rialto with a bunch of toothless cowboys, you know. You got to take the good with the bad, you know. You know, it just, you know, it is what it is. It's a crapshoot, you know. If you never say no, you will end up in strange places, in compromised situations, in situations where you don't know the rules, and you don't get it, and you don't know how to behave, and you don't know who the people are, and you feel separate from. That's how you grow. Other times you end up in very loving environments, having an experience you never thought would occur with people that you never thought you could ever get along with, because somehow you're different. And you come to realize you're not. You're just not. How else do you find that out? You have, over the years, and I learned this from Jay. I mean, the way I was raised in AA, we went on 12-step calls together. We went to the hospitals, and we always answered the phone. And he told me things like, you can't be a member of Alcoholics Anonymous if you're not on the 12-step list down at the central office. I ran right down there and signed up. I figured that's where you get the ID cards, you know. I mean, Jesus. I finally found my people. I didn't want to, you know, I want to be a card-carrying member, you know. And a lot of this was jokes to him. I took it all serious and just walked around. And you know, I drove the assault vehicle. He started looking at me and go get your car. He wouldn't even ask me. He says, just go get the car. Then I would go get the car. You know, we'd go somewhere. You know, I thought everybody was doing this. I didn't know that it wasn't like this. You know, I thought everybody did it. When I started sponsoring guys and you weren't doing it, it confused me. How come you don't want to go? How come? Why aren't you going? Well, I got to do something. Like what else? What's more fun than this? And they'd say, well, my kids. I go, the hell with your goddamn kids. You know, you don't even like them anyway. Let's go. Bring the kids. You know. You know, I do these workshops. I started doing these things, and this woman said to me, she says, well, you know, I can't sponsor all these people. I've got 2 young kids, and like you, I was raised in AA, and my parents abandoned me for AA, and I'm not going to let that happen to my children. I'm not going to do it. And I go, so you don't sponsor anybody? She goes, no, I don't have time. And I said, what do you mean you don't have time? She said, I have to be with my kids. And I said, well, geez, why do you have to leave your kids to sponsor people? And she was like speechless. Well, of course you do. I said, no, bring them home. Have them fold your diapers for you, you know. I can't count the number of times I've stood on the side of soccer fields and talked to some guy during the practice, because that's where you had to come and get me, because I was coaching soccer, you know. I mean, guys went to soccer tournaments with me and stuff, and they'd show up at my house, and my daughter would go, "Who's he?" I came home one day, my little daughter is 10 years old, she's on the phone. I'm walking through the living room, and I hear her say to this guy on the phone, "Well, have you done your inventory?" And I stopped and looked at her, and I said, "Who's that?" And she says, "Owen." And I said, "Good, keep it up." You know. What better example to give your children? Can you imagine a better example? I mean, I'm a goddamn saint, you know. I mean, they grew up believing, you know, all these weirdos. I used to take them down to Skid Row, and we'd hand out food to people and stuff with a bunch of AA people. And what a better example to show your children than you're being selfless and you're out trying to help people and out trying to do something, trying to do some good, trying to make a difference. My daughter graduated from college, and guys showed up to see this little girl they watched grow up, because they grew up in my garage with me reading the book while they were kicking the ball up against the garage door, you know. We'd close the door to get some privacy. They'd come out and kick the ball. Let's go kick the ball against the door, you know. Bam! Rarely have we seen, bam, a person fail, you know. I mean, this is true stuff. So the reason we do it, the reason we do this work, is that's how we heal. It is the 85, maybe 90% of the program. All the other stuff is in theory. It's Sober 101 that we do. The practical application of all this comes when we start carrying the message to other people. You have to give it away to even get it. You don't even get the it until you start to give it away. That's when it really happens. That's when the change occurs. And if you're sitting out there today and you're 2 or 3 years sober or more, if you're not sponsoring people, you're not doing Alcoholics Anonymous. That is Alcoholics Anonymous. There is nothing else. Everything else is an activity. This is the action. It's the heart and soul of it. You will not recover if you don't do this. Thank you. Break time. I don't have the time. I'm married, I got kids, I got a job, you know, I got things to do, I got a life now. I've gotten sober, I've got a life. Bill. I just don't have the time.
Sit down, Bill. You hear that, right? I would sponsor people, but I don't have time. Okay? I don't really know where to start with this, except that, you know, I just give you my own experience, you know. I wake up in the morning at about 5 o'clock in the morning because I have a disabled wife and I have things I have to do before she wakes up so that I can keep my sanity. And I spend some time meditating and praying, and sometimes I just screw around and play my guitar. And then I get my kids awake and I get them dressed, and then I get them ready for school, and then I break up their fights, and then I wake up my wife and I get her dressed, and then I go to work. And at work I talk to about 20 alcoholics because we call each other all day long. And then maybe I'll meet somebody before a meeting, and then I go to a meeting. And I love that life. It's a full, rich life. But then during that course of the day, I'll talk to a guy that I sponsor who doesn't have a job yet. He doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Doesn't have anything. And I'll say, "Hey, did you go to that meeting we talked to?" And he goes, "Yeah, I was real busy. I didn't have time." So it's relative. And I think really Jay said to me a long time ago, it's a faith issue, whether you have time or not. And to couch it in a way that maybe some of you can understand, when we had our third child, my wife said, "Oh my God, we don't have the money for this. We don't have the time for this, to pay attention to a third child." And you know what? That child came, and suddenly there was time. And it was God provided the time. God made the hierarchy of my affairs line up so that I had time to nurture that child and to earn enough money to feed that child. But I'd rather couch it to you this way. If you get somebody that says they don't have time, my son and I like to play, what kind of superpower would you like to have? Okay? And he always wants to look through people's clothes, but he's a budding teenager. And I want to read minds and all that. But what if somebody said to you, I can give you the superpower to raise the dead. I can make it so that you have the power to bring people back to life from death. Would you say to that person, I don't have time? I'm sorry, there's a TV show on tonight, and my daughter has a soccer game, and my wife blah, 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 and my job blah, blah, blah. You'd say, hey man, I can raise the dead. I'm going to spend an hour a day just raising the dead. And what I like to think about when I sit through this morning with Jay is that in 1930, two guys met, 1930 what, Jay? Five. Met in a little living room in Akron, Ohio, and talked to each other about their problem and the spiritual solution to that problem. And because of that, I'm alive. Because of that, you're alive. So this I don't have time thing is like, what is it that you do that's more important than raising the dead?
You know, there are some people that shouldn't sponsor. You know, they're hanging outside the meeting, they're smoking cigarettes, they're drinking Red Bull, they're not living righteous lives. They're not really doing stuff. You know, these people are, you know, they should not be out carrying the message.
I don't know what you're talking about. We do these workshops and we'll ask a question, we'll do Q&A a lot, and one of the things that comes up is we'll make the statement, should everybody sponsor? And invariably there's a bunch of hands that go up and go, no. There are some people that are dangerous, that they're spreading the disease, not the message. They shouldn't be sponsored. Well, how do I know that what you don't need is a shitty sponsor? How do I know? Who made me? God. You know, to determine who's a good sponsor, who's a bad sponsor, who should do the work and who shouldn't. Jay loves to say that the second half of the 11th step is not extra credit. I like to say the 12th step is not extra credit. It is the heart and soul of the program. It's the one job that all of us have to do. If we want to complete the steps, if we want to confront our defects of character, we will sponsor people and we'll run into every one of them. If we have the experience of one-on-one interaction with other alcoholics, that will change us more than any other single step will change us. I mean, 1 through 9 is about 15% of the program. I mean, it's the basic sober 101. It's what we have to do in order to have a message that has some depth and weight. Now, the parking lot people, as I like to call them, the ones out in the parking lot that are drinking the Red Bulls and smoking one cigarette after another, and they're not hanging out in the meetings. You know, they're looking for her or him or doing whatever it is they do. A lot of you may here have been parking lot people at one time or another. Maybe you're a parking lot person now, and it's just raining outside, and you felt like you should come in, you know. You know, welcome to the parking lot, people. You're welcome here, but you can't have any gumbo unless we. You know, okay. How do I know that some guy, in order to get the pressure off when everybody's asking him if he has a sponsor, goes out to one of these parking lot guys and asks him to be a sponsor? And the parking lot guy doesn't want to look bad, so he says, oh, well, sure, I'd be happy to sponsor you. But he's freaked out because he doesn't know anything. How do I know that that won't motivate him to come into the room to pick some stuff up that he can pass on to this other guy? How do I know that that guy won't keep him moving so that this guy doesn't catch up to him? Maybe that'll be the motivation for him to finally get into the book, finally do some work. I've heard that story before. I mean, Jay told the story. 28 days sober. Guy asked him to sponsor him. He goes to his sponsor. What'll I do? He says, well, show him what you know, essentially. You know, I've had guys ask me that question. Well, is it too soon for me? I haven't finished all the steps. And you better stay ahead of the guy. You know, it's a race now. You know? Now, when I started sponsoring, I was less than a year sober when the first guy asked me to sponsor him. And being arrogant and pompous like I am, I figure I already knew it all. The truth is, when I look back on that, those guys taught me a lot. I mean, I've had guys ask me to sponsor them that have a depth of knowledge of the book much greater than mine. To this day, I have guys that I sponsor that are much more students of the big book. I think I'm pretty good, but these guys are just, they're academic. They remember stuff. I'm starting to forget a lot of it. You know, I need them to carry around shit for me. You know, I'll turn to the guy, what page was that? 42, right? 42. It's on page 42. You know? I do workshops, as we all have done for a lot of years now. And I get guys that have some time to come to the workshop. And we all work the steps together over a 6-month period of time. And I've gotten over the idea of me being the facilitator now. I really consciously look for what they're going to bring to the table, what I'm going to learn from how they've worked the steps. And I think early on when you say some people shouldn't sponsor, everybody should sponsor. It is the vehicle that will cause us to grow up emotionally more than any other exercise we do in AA.
Yeah, you know, I tried sponsoring some people. I sponsored, I think, like 4 guys, and they all drank, and I'm just not really good at this. You know, I just don't think I should sponsor people. Uh-oh.
Why don't you just go sit down? Don't give him a fork. We don't want him to have any sharp objects. That's the depth of his understanding. So this thing about I got sober listening to a guy by the name of Norm Alpe, and if you want to have really fun, it's kind of like classic rock and roll. You go to xaspeakers.org, and in the search you put Norm A, and there's this guy that just talks amazing. And we used to, for entertainment, we used to go around and listen to this guy talk. You know, we'd just call his house and go, "Where is he tonight?" And we'd jump in the car and we'd go out and hear Norm talk because it was just too much fun. And he always used to say that counters are losers. Counters are losers. I had a sponsor, Fred, who, when I started to say that I was too busy, he said, "I never know." He said, "Never know how many people you sponsor. I have no idea how many people I sponsor. I do know that there's a lot of difference between who it is that I think I'm sponsoring and the amount of people who will say, 'Oh, JS is my sponsor.'" But you know, it's but the thing is that he said, "I only sponsor the next person that's on the telephone. I only sponsor the next person that I'm talking." Yeah. Well, that way I'm not carrying the weight of all this type of baggage, you know. I mean, so it's a very heavy load, and so what is it that I'm doing in this thing? Okay, now Bill Wilson, when he had his experience in the hospital, goes running to the Oxford group and starts running around looking for drunks in the Oxford group. When he was not in meetings, he was running up and down Wall Street looking for other guys that were like he was. And then, when that didn't work, he was pulling people off bar stools and talking to them, shaking his finger at them. He did that for 6 months with hundreds of people. Nobody got sober. Nobody got sober. One night over at dinner, he looks at his wife and said, "This is highly overrated. I don't think this running around telling people about how to do stuff is going to work." And she said, "Bill, you haven't had anything to drink. You know, all that I'm responsible for is carrying the message. And it's the message, it's not the messenger." Now, last night I explained to you about the guy that 12-stepped me. Okay? That man, when he talked to me, he was not a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. He'd had a period of 10 years of sobriety at one point, And at another point in his life, he'd had a period of 15 years of sobriety. And yet he wasn't an AA member when he talked to me that day. But that man saved my life with that message. With that message. So all I'm responsible for doing is carrying the message. And, I got to a point in my life where I was very busy, and I started doing groups of guys doing the steps together, because that way the time got. Another thing, this is really, if you really want to be cruel, here's a great trick. Now what I do is when a guy comes up and asks me to sponsor him, I always say, yes. At first I say, well, we need to get together and talk about it. And what I do is I have them go and read Dr. Bob's Nightmare, pay really close attention to the last 4 pages, and then call me and we'll talk about it. And then what I do, because I always say yes, is that I say, okay, now what I want you to do is we're going to pray for God to send us another alcoholic. And we'll keep doing that. And what happens is somebody else always shows up, usually rather quickly. One of the funnest stories was I did that with guy showed up at my door, 15 years sober, in crisis, wasn't going to AA very much, hadn't sponsored anybody in a while. I bring him in, we talk a little bit, okay, we're going to go back to meetings. We get down on our knees, we pray, God send us drunks. We go out to the meeting, a guy sits right down between us. I participate in the meeting. The guy writes on a piece of paper, will you sponsor me, and hands it to me. And then I passed the paper to my buddy, and he just fell out. So and then the other important thing then is that, see, the sponsors important, but what's really more important is the sober friend, because you always tell the truth to them before you tell your sponsor, right? Because you never really, because you know what they're going to say to you. You don't want to hear that, so you want to talk to your friend about it first, right? But then, so what happens is that I got 2 guys that I'm working with, because when I'm doing it with 2 guys, they have something that's really important, a common enemy, me. And they work as we're going through the book and going through stuff, they're able to share honestly about what it is that they're going through, not just about, what it is that they feel like they can share with me. So it's a really good way to get them more involved in AA, but also, to have them from the beginning watch the miracle expand. So I only sponsor the next person. I have no idea how many people I've said yes to. I have no idea how many people are sober and how many are drinking. I gave you the thing about the guy that called me off of Facebook, It had been 30 years since I'd talked to the guy, and he says, is this my sponsor? Now, he hasn't been what I'd call an AA member for a long, long time. But yet he's not drinking. He's got a wife that still speaks to him. He's got children that like him. Who am I to say what that is? So, it's not about me keeping track. Me keeping score, it's always going to lose. And remember that these guys that founded this movement that we're part of, Alcoholics Anonymous, they all worked with lots and lots of people that didn't stay. Before the Jack Alexander article came out, in the first 5 years of this program, there were 150 people sober in a total in the country. So why should it be any different for us? All that we should be doing is just saying yes and trying to carry the message as best we can.
I don't feel I have anything to offer.
Oh, no.
I've got a therapist, and they tell me it's time to take care of myself now. I just don't have
Time to go sit down. I love doing that. I have. I was at a meeting. In a room where we sit in a circle. It was a men's stag noon meeting. And this actually happened, and the guy said, I've got 16 days. I'm nervous all the time. I'm lonely. I'm crawling out of my own skin. I got a million problems that I don't think I'm going to be able to solve. I don't know what to do. And the next guy in the circle, because we share in a circle, said, I've got 17 days. Keep coming back, man. It gets so much better. That actually happened. And I hear this. I don't have anything to offer. And I think the thing to remember for me is that the big book in the promises says we will not regret the past nor wish to close the door on it. But a little farther down it says, because no matter how far down the scale we have fallen, we will see how our experience can help others. So one of the reasons I stay clear on the ways that I behaved as an alcoholic is so that when I talk to you, you trust me. And I think that Bill has been really clear with me in my sobriety. When things have happened that have been wonderful, I've had wonderful things happen. And when things have happened that have been awful, he has made a point to tell me to pay attention because I have a message of depth and weight that continues into my sobriety. So when someone thinks they have nothing to offer, maybe it's like this. Maybe they got sober and they didn't get a job and a wife and a house right away. Maybe they got a lame job and they worked it for 2 years. And maybe they live in a little apartment and maybe they feel boring, you know. Well, I guarantee you that that experience will help others. That there's somebody else that feels that way. And the thing that we rob ourselves of, or each other of, is telling the truth about our sobriety. You know, I had a moment in a meeting where I said I was going to talk about how wonderful AA had made my life at our men's stag meeting. And it came to me and I just couldn't do it. And I said, you know, quite frankly, I think AA is bullshit and alcohol's harmless and I hate you guys. And I was 5 years sober. And I went home to my house and there was a message on my machine from Jay and he goes, hey, it's Jay. AA is bullshit. Alcohol is harmless, but you can't drink. And he hung up. And I guess I told the truth, right? And maybe I helped somebody. I know I helped me. But I want you to think about it this way too. If you're newly sober or if you're sober for a little while and you couldn't stop drinking before you came to AA, you have a higher power. By definition, in my heart and in my eyes, you have to have one or you wouldn't be sober. But you may have a higher power that you sometimes think isn't really big enough for your finances. You know, my higher power, I pray and I got sober, but man, I got financial problems. Your higher power is maybe a little too small for that. Or my higher power isn't really gonna, I can't turn my marriage over to my higher power because, man, it's complicated and it's weird and there's some stuff I did that I haven't said and some stuff she does that I can't tell anybody. And, you know, my higher power is too small for that. So if your higher power is too small, my question to you is, what are you feeding him? Are you feeding him interaction with alcoholics? Are you getting the spiritual food of rolling up your sleeves with nothing to offer and sitting down with the book and reading with somebody who's just trying to hang on, even though you have nothing to offer with 5 years sober or 2 years sober or 6 months sober or 17 days sober? Because for me, I found when I went out and started working with other people, and Bill always reminds me, you don't have to like these people, you just have to work with them. So the guy that you hate most in the meeting will come up to you and go, will you sponsor me? And you go, yes. You know? And you know what? I go sponsor that guy and I grow to include. I don't shrink and exclude. I grow and I include, and my higher power suddenly gets bigger and he's up for the heavy lifting. So if you think you have nothing to offer, there's two things. One is that you absolutely do, and the second thing is you're probably starving your higher power.
You know, one of the great things about Alcoholics Anonymous is we don't give advice in AA. We just stay with our experience. We don't have anything to do with outside
That's some
issues.
advice for you. Go sit down. Well, that is fun. One of the great lies is that we don't give advice. It goes right along with that we don't express our opinions. If we didn't give advice and express opinions, we wouldn't have a damn thing to say to each other. I'm a new guy in AA. I come to Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm 37 years old. I'm married. I've got 2 little kids. I've got a business that's in distress. And I've got stress in all areas of my life. I'm going home. My wife is not happy to see me. My kids don't really know me. I go to work and it feels like everybody's talking about me behind my back. Everywhere I go, I'm uncomfortable and I don't know how to deal with the situation. And I hide that because I can't let you know that about me. So I'm just a neurotic ball of shit, going to meetings and trying to go to work, trying to get along every day. I need some advice. When I come to you with a problem that I'm having, I'd like to have a response to that. I'd like you to talk to me like another man, trying to help me through each day. I don't necessarily need you to tell me what to do, but I would really like some advice. Some of the things that Jay has said to me, Jay and other people as well as years have gone by, he's told me things like I shared last night when I came and I said, I don't babysit. And he informed me, it's not babysitting, they're your children. That's advice. It's like, wake up, man, wake up. You're acting like a child. Stop it. Can't you see what it is you're doing? You're acting like a frightened little boy. Now, you can say that to people in a lot of different ways without using those words. You just share your own experience. And my own experience, I'm 24 years sober. I'm 62 years old. I've had 24 years of sober life experience, and I was paying attention some of the time in the years prior to that. So at this point in my life, if I don't have some advice, if I don't have some wisdom, there's something wrong. If I've been paying attention a little bit, I can really help you in a very practical way. I believe that I have some practical spirituality that I can hand you. I can say more to you than, well, just pray about it. I can say, well, let's pray about it and think about this. Now, what kind of advice do we give in AA? The guy comes to you and he says, I think I'm going to marry the nude dancer. And you look at him and you... from Lafayette. Or the barefooted fiddle player down on Bourbon Street. She's for me, And so you say to the guy, probably not a good idea. But if you do, I'll come to the wedding. People have to have their own experience. I can't, just like raising children, I can't protect you from having the experiences that you need. But if you sit down and you talk to me about a problem that you have in your life, I will listen and I'll respond and I'll ask you questions, maybe to help better identify or define the situation that you're in. I've been in business a long time. If you've got some financial problems, if you express it to me, if I know something about it, I'd be happy to help you. If you would like to come to my house and I'll help you sit down and fill out a budget for you, to help you save some money and get out of debt. And if you've got a bankruptcy problem or something like that, if I know something about that, I'd be happy to help you with that. I'd be happy to spend time with you. If you have other problems and I know somebody that knows something about that, we'll go to that guy and we'll get some advice from a real banker. I know several failed bankers in AA that would be, have a lot of life experience in the realm of finance, I know a handful of lawyers. We have a list of the good lawyers and the bad lawyers, it's like, and I'd be happy to send you to Andy for some advice on some legal advice. Of course we give advice. Do we tell people how to live? I think is what that alludes to when it says we don't give advice. No, we don't tell people how to live. I've tried that. I will report to you that they do not listen. Yeah. If Jay gave me some really good advice one time. I had a guy that was going to marry this woman, and she was a nightmare. Literally. She was a nightmare. And I couldn't believe. I thought, he'll get over it. It won't really continue. And he's like in love with this woman. And I'm looking at her going, my God, he can't do this. This is a mistake. And I went to Jay and I said, I think I should tell him not to do it. And his advice to me is, never get in between some guy and his woman. You will lose. Don't say it. Don't do it. I couldn't help myself. I mean, I wanted to save this guy, from her, And I went to him, I said, Mike, don't do it, man. Don't marry her. You shouldn't do this. This is not a good move. And he married her. And I lost my relationship with him for a while because of that. I mean, we eventually got back together, but it was difficult. And of course, he told her that I said that, which really didn't. She is stronger than me. She was stronger. And it was a disaster. They were married for a while, and it blew up, and it fell apart. He met another woman. They've now been married for quite a few years. They bought a house together. She's a school teacher. This guy's living the dream. I mean, he's living the dream. And it became apparent to me he could never have had this relationship he's in if he had not married that other woman. He'd have nothing to compare to, because these two women are polar opposites. And he had to have the experience with the hot one, the one that's that lunatic fringe, the exciting one, to really have one that was truly fulfilling. And they added something to each other's lives, and you learn from that. So my advice to you is, don't ever get in between some guy and his woman.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, I had this sponsee, and he wouldn't call me every day, and he wouldn't do what I said, so I fired him. Right? I mean, if they don't call you at 6 o'clock in the morning, that's the time I have to talk, and if they don't...
Get away from them. Sober man. We don't hire them. They don't hire us, and we don't fire them. Who am I to send someone away? What you mean? And alcohol. I remember Bill called me one time. One of his sponsees was drinking. Should I go over there? It was like, Bill, live mini-cam report. An alcoholic not following directions. I mean, come on. My job as a sponsor is to be available. Now, I'm taking a cake for 10 years of sobriety at a meeting, and my father comes to give me the cake, drunk. And instead of giving me the cake and letting me talk, he starts talking to the group about how wonderful things are with his boy. How great you are. Weaving. There was a guy, Pat Keelahan, who was at that meeting, who was so impressed that he asked me to sponsor him. And we started out together. Now, Pat was, my wife at the time, Jacqueline, said that he was the sleaziest man she ever met in Alcoholics Anonymous. He was saying a lot. And Pat was his parents were Irish immigrants and went to Mass every day and they were like Matthew's folks, and absolutely baffled that they had this flaming alcoholic and drug addict in the car. In the home. And Patrick was just this is the kind of guy that he was. He traveled a lot. He was in the freight forwarding business, and so he traveled a lot. And so he had a flexible sobriety date, and he'd never let us know. Occasionally things would blow up, and he'd get unmasked, but he would do things like we go on retreat the first weekend in December every year, and he'd say, well, I'm going on retreat. And he'd tell his wife, I'm going on retreat. He'd tell his sponsor, I'm going on retreat. He'd tell his friends, we're going on retreat. Wouldn't tell Matthew because Matthew won't go with us yet. But it's still early. And and so we're all waiting for Patrick to show up, and Patrick doesn't show up. And, so when I get back, he tells me that he was a little busy. I didn't realize that he'd been on retreat himself. He'd gone and bought a couple of 8-balls and gotten a couple professional women and gone to a motel room for the weekend in order to get closer to his higher power. Who knew? When his wife, one of the things that we always do on the retreat is we take a picture so that, in case of emergency, we could always say, "No, sweetheart, I really was there." And this was before Photoshop, of course. But they're always using the technology. It's amazing. Anyway, but Keelhan would say, "Oh, well, Jay didn't have it. I gave Jay my photograph and all this stuff." And I mean, the guy his mother actually called him the devil of all liars. Think about that one. So anyway, I worked with this guy for years. And anytime he's, wants to get sober again, we start doing it. Well, turns out one time he finally gets sober. He reaches a crisis. He can't evade, and he finally gets sober. And still worked kind of a shitty program. But he wasn't drinking. He was coming to meetings occasionally, and he was doing some of the things that I suggested to him. And which is wonderful. And then he's sober a couple years, and he calls me up and he says, "I'm going to die." What? This guy at the time was 40 years old, president of his own company, had a boy 7 and a boy 9, and he had a lung cancer that was way up high here, so the normal X-rays didn't get it. And the reason he had it high up here was that he'd done so much cocaine, and he was trying to be good to his health, and he was smoking light cigarettes. And you draw on him so hard that the heat screwed him up here, and that's where the tumor came, and they didn't find it anyway. So he started getting sick, and what happened is that I found out that I was a real man. I finally learned that if you need me, I can show up. Because what happened is I started going to with this guy to the doctors. We'd go with him when he went to the hospital. We'd go when he'd have the operations. And what happened is I learned, and a number of us learned because we started doing for him what we learn in AA, which is we don't have to solve problems. All we have to do is show up and be there. Just by our being there, we are being of support. And so we start showing up. One time, he's really getting sick now. And we came to visit him at the hospital one time, and he's obviously throwing up a lung in the bathroom when we get there. And, what do you do? What do you do? So luckily I'd meditated that morning and I was available for inspiration. So I said, "Quick, Bill," and we jumped into the hospital bed. We pulled the covers up so that when he came out with his tree to climb back in his bed to get a little rest, he looked and he saw the two of us and he started screaming, "Nurse! Come here and get these cretins out of my bed. They're horrible. They're killing me." But you just fuck with them. And we brought this guy to the meeting every week, and he ended up passing with dignity and grace and sober as a member of a community, not alone and desperate. And if I would have fired him, see, now in the meeting, we those of us who were close to him knew what a horrible guy he really had been. But when we talk about Pat K in the meeting now, people think we're talking about some AA saint, But the reality is that this man changed my life and taught me that I did not have to be afraid in the face of death, that I could go any place that I was asked, that I didn't have to have an answer. I was just able to show up. And if I would have fired him for being an irresponsible AA member, I never would have had that experience. So that's why I don't fire him.
I think we
got a few minutes for Q&A. Do a couple of questions. What's your opinion on outside issues during shares at an AA meeting? I think that's a good. I mean, I think first you have to define what's an outside issue. I have a really good friend in AA that's also a member of CA, Jim H. And Jim says that when he's in an AA meeting, that his use of crack cocaine is not an outside issue, it's an inside issue. And he speaks around a lot in AA and in CA, as I do. And when I'm in an AA meeting, and I'm speaking at an AA meeting, I'll talk about the fact that I did heroin and acid and stuff like that, but I don't dwell on it. I don't spend a lot of time. I don't tell you my drug-a-log, but I'll tell you that I did that so that you'll know. So if you want to talk to me, you can come and talk to me. You can feel safe to talk to me. But I don't dwell on it. But I also don't not mention it. If I'm sharing in an AA meeting, this is my belief about, I believed my sponsor, and I still to this day, that an AA meeting is for recovery from alcoholism, not about how my day went. So what I will share about in an AA meeting generally is whatever the leader has picked as a topic or some thread that I'll pick up in the meeting. I don't normally share about what's going on with me specifically. I'll talk about the step we're sharing on or some aspect of recovery or something of that nature. And in that, I'll talk about my experience with that recovery process, not so much about what happened in the past. AA to me is about now. You know, I'm not that interested in where you came from. It's what's going on with you now, what's happening now, and where are you in the process. Now, I've come to AA meetings before when there was a real crisis going on in my life. I've been through interferon a couple of times. If you're familiar with that, but it's like chemotherapy. It's horribly distressful. It's very painful, and I went through a lot of emotional crap over that. For a year I was on this stuff. And at one point they gave me Xanax to try to help me sleep at night. And I walked into my home group and I go, I got drugs on me now, and I'm afraid. You know, is that an outside issue? No. I'm an alcoholic with a bottle full of drugs, and I want you to know that so that I'm not being a secret. It's not an outside issue. It's what's happening with your brother right here, right now. I would want to know that from you. So I think it's the context in which this stuff is shared. It's how you share about it. You know, if you walk into an AA meeting and you've got an NA t-shirt on and you start talking about shooting heroin and mixing it up in a spoon, well, that's just stupid. You know, you need to talk to somebody. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? One thing about sponsoring guys is you'll sit down with a guy and you find out what his real problem is. And you're sponsoring a guy, because I'll sponsor anybody. I don't care what your problem is. It's irrelevant to me. You know, it doesn't matter to me. I don't need to identify with you, by the way. And hopefully if you pick a sponsor, it isn't somebody that you identify with. They're probably not the right person for you if you're identifying with them. I need somebody that can help me. And if you're sitting talking to me and I come to find out that you're primarily a crackhead and you hardly drank at all, you need to go to some CA meetings. You know, you need to go to Cocaine Anonymous. And you're more than welcome to come to my AA meeting, but let me tell you what the rules are. And we're not going to change for you. Don't think that we're rigid, you know, because there's lots of places you can go with your specific problem. So don't come and poke holes in my lifeboat. Well, you did drugs too. Yes, but I know where I am too. This is Alcoholics Anonymous. This isn't Narcotics Anonymous. It's not Cocaine Anonymous. It's not Overeaters Anonymous. You know, it's AA. And our solution to singleness of purpose is to help anybody start their own program. We will come and help. We will help you do that. So the whole idea of outside issues is the context in which this stuff is shared. If I'm talking about what's going on with me now, I don't really believe there are any outside issues, because you're talking about you as a person, and I'm interested in that. And recovery process in Alcoholics Anonymous can combine a lot of different things. And I'm not one that tries to limit that. I want to know what's going on with you. A lot of it can be shared one-on-one. It does not have to be shared at a group level. There's a lot of stuff that it just doesn't need to be shared at a group level. It doesn't do any good to share it at a group level. But if you've just come from the doctor and he gave you a prescription for Vicodin and you want us all to know, please tell me, because I'll take the bottle from you.
Somebody gave us a question, what are your thoughts on steps 6 and 7? And again, what we're trying to bring is our experience with kitchen table sobriety and sponsorship. So I was glad to get this question because of my experience with it and my experience in sponsoring people with it. I remember the way we do it, or the way I was taught to do it, is once you heard a 5th step, you show the guy the part in the book where it says, now you go home and you be quiet and you figure out if you've laid a good foundation. And then it leads to the 7-step prayer, right? But the step is, became willing to have God remove my defects of character. And then the 7th step is ask God to remove these defects of character. And like I was working on this with a guy who I sponsored who actually, he's gone now, he committed suicide. But when I told him about 6 and 7, he just looked right at me and said, you're not taking my porn. Like I was going to go home and take his porn from him. But he had this fear, and it actually opened up a great conversation because I said, maybe this is the part why 6 is a separate step. So you can become willing to maybe live a life that doesn't include that. But the 7th step doesn't say, then we worked hard and got rid of our defects of character. It says we asked God to remove them, right? And I have 2 things that I think about when I think about these steps. One is somebody gave me a prayer book for ministers when I was in the hospital, when I was, 15 days sober. And I kept it for years and years because it had just paragraphs from different books. And that was just enough for me to get. And I'll never forget this one paragraph. And I thought it was about step 7. It said, trying to change your own character through force of will is like trying to fly by repeatedly jumping into the air. We can't fly, and I don't believe I can remove my own defects of character. I believe God can do that when I'm willing to see that there might be a different way to live than the way I live. One of the things that was an experience for me with this is my sponsor, the one before Bill, said, if I'm going to sponsor you, you have to do a 5th step with me. And when I did a 5th step with him, he pointed out my modus operandi. He said, do you see how that resentment is just like the one 3 times ago? Do you see how you manipulate women? Do you see how you lie so that you look better, so you position yourself, and then this happens and that happens? And it was very illuminating. For one thing, it's because I wasn't brand new sober. I was sober a couple of years, and some of these things had to do with being sober. Like, your first 5th step, you can always go, I did all these awful things, but I was loaded. But 2 years into it, you're like, I was sober and I'm still doing these things. And he pointed out this behavior, and I had a spiritual experience when I went with the book. I read up to there, I looked at my modus operandi, and I was going to ask God to remove these defects of character. And I actually thought, if I'm not these things, what will I be? Because that's how I've always lived. That's where I was comfortable. So I had to really say, I don't know. I had to step into the unknown in the 7th step and say, God, I'm now willing that you have all of me. And I trust that what you're going to do with me is better than these things. I have to trust that. And finally, I'll just say Sandy Beach is one of my favorite speakers. And he does a lot of great work on step 6 and 7. But one of the things that sticks into my mind, and I don't know why, is somebody told him that they had written each character defect, like the 7 deadly sins, on, a little card or a little block. And they had this bowl, and they would take one every day and work on it. And they take, honesty or whatever, sloth. I'm going to be not slothful. And they put it in their pocket, and they're going to work on not being slothful. Now, I was raised in the Catholic Church, and I was raised in Catholic school by nuns, And my experience with trying to work on my character defects is I make them grow and grow and grow. I start wrestling with something, and it gets stronger, and I'm focused on it. It's bigger. And this person who was taking a character defect, sloth or whatever it was, gluttony or lust and putting it in their pocket, and they were going to work on it, that they had that experience. So Sandy said, why don't you take them all out of the bowl, put them on your desk, and in the morning pick the one you're going to leave in the bowl. And leave that character defect and go out and do your day. That's what my thoughts on 6 and 7.
Matthew referred to our friend Sandy. We are part of a movement. I was talking about the history that is an oral tradition. And go out and find people that you admire. Go out and find men and women to emulate. I talked yesterday about taking people that I admired in AA when I was 4 or 5 years sober, and taking them out to lunch and asking them to talk about themselves. There's nothing an alcoholic loves to do more than talk about themselves. So, you go and you feed them a little and just sit back. You throw them the keys and watch them drive. It's no big deal. But it's really fun because there's this generosity of spirit that we have within the movement. And so there are folks that have been around a while. They've heard these. We were talking earlier about people like Ray O'Keefe, these folks that passed away, about Norm Alpe, these folks that helped make this a big, Chuck Chamberlain, this thing that people that really founded this thing that we call Alcoholics Anonymous. They are not the light. All they are is a window. Some of the windows are maybe a little bigger than others. Maybe some of them just got recorded. But anyway, they're wonderful, wonderful people. And find these kinds of folks. My question is, what time framework should one have for working the steps? We've heard about people that say a step a year. We have a good friend who used to say, you stay on the first half of the first step for the first year. That's a really long year. I was into step 9 in 4 weeks. And you can always go back. You can always go back. You just do the best you can where you are. And we had another wonderful mentor, a guy by the name of Clint Hodges. Clint had a great line. He said, it only takes 2 weeks to write a 4th step. And when I give people the instructions on writing an inventory, that's what I tell them. Go home, sit down, say the 4th step prayer. God, I don't know what I'm doing. Help me, please. And then write something on the piece of paper. My name is Jay. Just to get it going, because otherwise you'll just look at the paper and the pencil and go, I've got some better looking paper over here and I'd really rather use a pen, and some people told me crayons work well. I'll go buy some crayons. And, you never get the thing written. He says that it only takes 2 weeks. Now, with some folks, it takes 6 months and 2 weeks. With other people, it takes 3 months and 2 weeks. Some people, it takes 5 years and 2 weeks. But it only takes 2 weeks to write the inventory. And so you just go and you sit for an hour and you write each day for just an hour. And at the end of 2 weeks, come back and do your 5th step with me. Now, and all the people that I gave that experience, that advice to, maybe 4 of them came back and did the inventory within 2 weeks. But when I used to give them the instruction without a time frame, it could be 2 years. You give them 2 weeks, and they start sweating at 10 days. And so maybe they're there at day 22. Huge, instead of just waiting for it. So anyway, there's that. We had a friend, Frank Priest, who died with long-term sobriety, and he used to scream and pound the podium, say the F word a lot, and he'd say, if you're not working a step a month, you are full of it. Where do you think you are? Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. But the thing is that you have to get in motion. The old line is that a rudder in a boat only works when the boat is moving. You got to push off from the dock. You have to actually get into the process of working it. And I've never seen a case where somebody got too well too quick. You hear a lot, oh, don't get too well too quick. Those are the people who usually haven't finished doing their amends. But I judge no man. So anyway, the thing is getting off and getting into this flow and then letting it help. Another thing that I'd like to make a pitch about is step 11. Step 11, you can start now. Now, this is what we do in my home. This is spiritual terrorism. It's a way to really be cruel to people because they don't know. Great thing about people that are new is they don't know what they don't know. So you can tell them the truth, and they think that everybody's doing it, and it's cool. But step 11, this prayer and meditation. So that any time that any alcoholic, because I know you can't believe this, but no mild cases of alcoholism ever end up coming through our front door in my house. My wife gets horrible, horrible alcoholic women to work with, and you can see what I get. Hopeless. Anyway, so when they come, the first thing we do is we sit down and we meditate for 3 minutes. Just start them off, and when we end, we meditate for 3 minutes. If you call me, and I really want, I'm giving out my phone number today, you can call me. But when you call, if it's at all possible, the first thing I'm going to say is, let's be quiet for 3 minutes. Now, if you've been sober a little while, it really takes the emotional energy of the call and ratchets it way, way down, and you're able to start really dealing on some kind of emotional thing or some kind of spiritual plane instead of listening to their emotion and fear for 5-10 minutes before they slow down and actually take a breath so you can say something to them. But anyway, and then we do, when we get off the call, we do the same thing. My wife and I, because I work out of the house and she's retired, when she gets a call from one of her sponsees or I get a call from one of mine, I'll say, it's John, and she'll say, great, and she'll come and we'll set the phone down, and then the three of us meditate. And then when I'm done, I'll say, hey, we're getting done, and if she can, she'll come out and join us. Well, we get a lot of calls in the house. We can get 40 minutes of extra of meditation a day just in doing this process with people that are calling in. So it's a way not only of teaching by doing, because that's what Alcoholics Anonymous is. It's not this thing, it's this thing. It's that we are nothing but a group of equals. Why is it that the three of us are here? The only reason that we're here is that we tell stories. And we learn to tell our story in such a way that people have invited us. But it's not because we hold any particular insight. We're just sober guys that have been active and been along. And so this is just what God has done with us. I mean, it's not like this is some kind of package that we've put together and gone out and marketed in the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. I mean,
we like gumbo.
Yeah. And let's meditate on the smells that are coming from there. I mean, that's a wonderful, have you ever done a smelling meditation? I mean, it's a wonderful Kabat Zen, But, so anyway, this thing about that it's not about telling somebody what to do, it's about showing them what to do. And so how do you get more spiritual in AA? It's you just show people what's worked for you. I believe that we should pray and meditate the way you drank and used. What? Well, when you're out in the bar and somebody gives you a pill, do you ever say, oh, what is it? No, you just eat it and then go, which way am I going? Right? And then ooh, that's good. Or, oh, I don't like that so well, And so you find out what you enjoy mixing together. Well, with prayer and meditation, it's the same. Just keep trying stuff. There's all kinds of disciplines. There's all kinds of different ways to do it. And you try it until you find something that works with you. Not something that you intellectually agree with, but something that really fits. But you have to try stuff. You have to try stuff. And so the only caveat about that, the only caution I want to give you is if you're ever around people and they tell you that Alcoholics Anonymous is a lower form of spirituality, look them dead in the eye and agree with them. Because you'll never win the argument. and agree with them and just back slowly towards the door. Because they don't know. They're not bodily and mentally different. They're never gonna know. And you can't convince them. So you just agree with them. And just know for yourself that in Alcoholics Anonymous, what we do, not what we tell, but what we do and what we show and what we share is what every spiritual master ever says to do, which is that we feed the sick, we clothe the naked, we go to the hospitals, we go to the prison, and as Matthew said, what we do in Alcoholics Anonymous is we raise the dead. That's what we do. And it's a wonderful, exciting life. And it is the ultimate spirituality. Once you've had the experience, and it doesn't happen every time, but once you've had the experience of sitting there at the table, turning the pages of the big book, and the light goes on in somebody's eyes, and they go, oh my God, this might work for me. I'm going to try this. And then watch that grow. And that is seeing the light come on. That is the spiritual regeneration. That is the rebirth. That is what we get. And we get it for fun and for free, and we get to do it all the time. And once you've seen it, you realize why it is that we keep going to these silly meetings.
I think it's lunchtime, isn't it?
J. Alcoholic. What a joy. I want to thank Lisa for taking the bullet for the group and hosting me this weekend. I deeply appreciate that. And it's just a wonderful, wonderful thing to be here amongst you. The last section we're calling what, Bill?
The fruits of sponsorship.
The fruits of sponsorship. We're from the land of fruits and nuts, and we bring you greetings. We bring you greetings. People always say, Los Angeles, I say, it's a strange place, and it was designed for strange people, and that's why I live there. Don't give up. Don't give up. They say don't quit before the miracle, and don't quit after the miracle. And my life has been a series of very, very interesting experiences since I came to you. And I bought the whole package. As I said, the only thing I think that's remarkable about my experience in Alcoholics Anonymous is that I've never left. In 30 years, I've always had a sponsor. I've always been sponsoring my home group, the Hermosa Beach Men's Stag. I've gone to it every Monday night. I've been in town for 30 years. And believe me, there were times when that thing needed to be gutted and burned to the ground. One time I actually came to Bill and I said, that's it, I've had it. I'm quitting. And he said, you can't. So I went to our other friend, Jim, and I said, Jim, that's it, I'm quitting. He said, you can't. So I can't. And I just show up. I was speaking to a friend last night, and one of the things about my kind of thing about AA is that I can't decide whether or not I'm going to go to the meeting. If it's Monday night, I'm at the meeting. If there's something else going on that's important, I'll go and do that. But if it's Monday night, I'm going to be at the meeting. Tuesday night, I got a meditation group for men at my house. Wednesday night, I'm up at Roxbury at another meeting. And Thursday night, I'm at the 11-step group with my wife. And each of those meetings is equally wonderful to me. I love them all fiercely. But this thing about what are the fruits? Well, first of all, let's get back to family a little bit, because family is, where we all, my father was a hard drinking, good looking guy who moved fast, and the last thing I was ever going to be was with him or like him. And when I got sober, the reason I got he accused me of being like one of my great aunts, and it was the most horrible thing that anybody had ever said to me, and I was shocked. And I ended up getting sober a few weeks later. I mean, it was just wild how that all happened. But anyway, my dad, when I tried to make amends to him, when I had about 4 months sobriety, when I started, he got up and walked out of the restaurant. Just left. The next time I tried was about a year later, and he just got up and walked out of the room. When I had 5 years sober, I tried again. Nope, not having any part of it. 10 years sober, tried again. Still, he kept drinking, and he didn't want to be one of those whiners. All of his guys that he drank with, they all had to come to AA at one time or another. My dad, actually, the last driving under the influence he got, he told the judge, just send me to jail. I don't want to go to those meetings. And that's with me being sober a long time and another daughter being sober a long time. So he had a few opinions. So anyway, when I was 14 years sober, I went through a big change in my life. My first marriage dissolved, and it was the way that it dissolved was a wonderful thing. She was sober and had a sponsor, and I was sober and had a sponsor, and we were able to take responsibility for our inability to create the kind of environment for my daughter and for each other that was loving and supportive. And I was devastated, and I went back. I went back and went through the book again. And this time I did something a little different. I actually called all the guys that I was that still were going to AA that I was sponsoring, and I said, let's do a workshop together. Let's all go through this together. And so we all got together and we started going along. And I made the mistake of asking Bill to run shotgun on it when I was out of town, and it did not go well, and people weren't doing things correctly, and he felt incumbent upon it to resign with reason, and went off and started one of his own that could be correctly done. And he's done that on a number of occasions with different things that I've been involved with that I've tried to bring him along on. But anyway, during that inventory that I wrote, and this experience was really important to me because I found something that I had not found before in sitting there with this group of guys. And we all had different things that were going on in our lives. And by going through this together, I think there were 18 of us that started, and there were 15 of us that finished, but there were only 12 of us that actually did it. The other 3, as Bill correctly observed, were just skating along on our spiritual coattails and not really interested in doing the work. And but anyway, one of the things that came out of that was, number one, having a new experience, not so much of the awareness of the book and all that stuff, which I got, but was observing the power of the steps working in all these different guys' lives. Because a year and a half later, all of the guys that did the work, their relationships, their jobs, all had changed dramatically for the better. And I saw the power of Alcoholics Anonymous. I'd used to been seeing it one-on-one or maybe two-on-one, but I'd never seen it across the board work like that. And it was a wonderful, wonderful thing. So, if you're in one of those situations where you can't find somebody new to work with, correctly, get a couple of your friends. Get some people that you admire and get together, because nobody really knows what it's like to be 10 years sober in Slidell. the difficulties and the problems in it. Get some common sufferers together and go through the book and do it and see what happens to the group. It was a remarkable thing. Out of that, I got to make another run at the old man. And when I thought about it, I sat down and I wrote him a letter. And I said, in the letter, I said, "Dear Dad, I have now left my family, and I now have committed every sin that I ever judged you for. Please forgive my arrogance. Please forgive my judgment. Jay." Sent it off. A few days later, I get a call. "Hey, kid, got the letter. Thanks." Click. But it felt different. He actually responded to it. About 6 months later, I'm up at this ranch. He lived 10 hours away on the Oregon border. That's 10 hours of driving really hard. So, normal person would be about 14. And I'm up visiting him, and I was at his home bar, right? Because that's where you end up when you're with the old man. You end up at his home bar if you want to talk to him. And so we're sitting there while he's having a few drinks with his friends, and he gets up to go to the head, and the bartender says, "Hey, kid, you know that letter you sent the old man?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "He keeps it in his wallet." We still were not close. His alcoholism made it so it really wasn't a safe environment for me or for him. It wasn't so much that it wasn't safe for me. I mean, at any moment I might say something about his drinking. It must have been horrible for him. Come on. But my grandmother Marie, who's 99, who still lives at home, and I have the privilege of being her, being the family member that's close to her. We decided that it was time for her to go and move up to the ranch and live with my father. So we drove up there to have the talk with the family, and when we got there, we were greeted by my stepmother, Marcia. And when we got up there, the cirrhosis was so bad that she looked to be 9 months pregnant. And we had no idea. And, I knew that she was a bad drinker and that she'd had health problems and all that stuff. And so just so I was talking about how happy I am to be sober and all this. This is what love looks like with my father and his bride. They would eat Vicodin and drink salty dogs together. This is the environment I come from. So anyway, she's totally cirrhotic, and so what do I do? Well, obvious my grandmother's not going to move up with that, so we're going to keep her at the house. But the next thing is that there's trouble in my family. And as a sober man, what do I do? What is it that I've been modeling to these guys? What of it that I've been talking to people about? And so I know that I can't change the outcome, but of and by my presence, that what I need to do is I need to start showing up. So every other week I start driving 10 hours up, stay the weekend, 10 hours back, and just doing what I can to be helpful. And about 4 months later, my stepmother died an alcoholic death. She died of cirrhosis of the liver, and I was able to be there and to be of service and to be there with her. And while I'm in there doing the best I can to make sure that she's being attended to, my dad's in the other room drinking hard. And when you're throwing the ice cubes at the bottom of the glass, the way that sounds, and that was the soundtrack of what was going on. And he was there as much as he could be, but alcoholism removes us from situations that we desperately want to be in. And so she passed, and my dad was really a mess, and his friends said to me, "Well, what are you going to do about your dad?" And fortunately, I'd been going to those other meetings, and I said, "I ain't going to do nothing. You want to talk to him, talk to him." And I gave him about 4 weeks, and And I decided to just stop by, right? So that means I got to drive 10 hours just to come say hi to the old man. And I drive up the driveway, and it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday, and I roll in there, and he's sitting in his chair in his bathrobe, covered in his own waste. He wasn't completely out of his head, but he was not of himself. And what did I do? What do you do in that situation? Well, see, I've been on the 12-step list. I've been on the 12-step calls. I know what to do with an alcoholic in that situation. I know how to pick them up. I know how to get them in the shower. I know how to wash them. I know how to treat them with the same respect that we were talking about with Mike, that this is just a drunk like me. And so I take him and I get him in bed, and I clean the place up, and I found a place, the VA, that would take him and all that stuff and help him detox. And I said, Dad, we just need to go get you a medically supervised detox. I'm not talking about you having to go to those silly meetings or nothing. And he says, so the next morning he gets up and he says, well, I've been thinking all night. Really? I've been thinking all night. I'm not going to go. Now, he's in really rough shape. All I got to do is hit him with something hard, and I can throw him in the trunk. It's no big deal. But since I'd been going to those other meetings, I jump in the car, and I do what you taught me to do. I drive. I get a double espresso, make a couple phone calls. I call Bill, and then while I'm driving back to the house, what comes to me is that line from Dr. Bob's Nightmare. That if you want to quit drinking by yourself, that's entirely your affair. So I go home, I go to the store for him, I say, good to see you, Pop, and I leave. And I tried calling him for the next week, couldn't get a hold of him. And then finally a call comes through from him. And he goes, I'm about half mad at you. I said, really? Why? He said, I didn't know it would be that tough. And the old man kicked about 7 Vicodins, a quart of vodka, and a half case of beer a day habit by himself. And I went, yeah, baby. I said, that was really tough, wasn't it? And he goes, yeah. I said, they had it right in the lost weekend, didn't they? He said, yeah. I said, yeah, okay. I said, and so what happened is we started to talk about alcoholism, not about recovery in Alcoholics Anonymous. We started just talking about the not drinking thing. And I want to tell you that not drinking, of and by itself, even though many times those of us who are active and involved in Alcoholics Anonymous and know the spiritual way of life, that just not drinking is an amazing blessing. An amazing, amazing blessing. And, I told him why it is we don't drink O'Douls and Sharps. Non-alcoholic. You guys know why it's non-alcoholic beer, right? Because it's not for alcoholics. Because it's got alcohol in it. And in the big book it says the only therapy that we have for alcoholics, these allergic types, is no alcohol in any form whatsoever. So I told him about that. I told him not a good idea to be drinking Virgin Marys, because sooner or later you just want to get the spicing right. You got to put a little Smirnoff in there just to make it go down right. And he understood that. So we talked about this stuff. And my father never had another drink for the rest of his life, which was 364 days. My sister was up visiting him, and she's active in AA, so she's getting all kinds of phone calls from sponsees. And he goes, "Well, what's a sponsor?" So she sits there and explains to her what a sponsor is and all this stuff. And my dad looks at her and he says, "Well, I guess Jay is my sponsor." while she was there, she saw that he was really sick, and she said, "You better get up here." And so I came up, and he had cancer real bad, and so we took him to the hospital, and they took a look at him, and they ran him through all the tests and all that stuff, and they said, well, if we take out a lung and we give you a lot radiation every week, for 6 months, you'll have a 50% chance of living 2 years. And he said, oh, okay. And I said, Dad, did you hear what they said after the doctor left? I said, did you hear what I said? This guy hated doctors. No offense, but he said, and so I explained to him what I'd heard, and he goes, that's a really shitty hand. And I said, yeah, Pop. He says, well, what do we do? And I said, well, I say we fold. I said, let's go home. You know that I've got some skills now from helping Marcia, and I won't leave you. I'll come in. I'll be with you. And so we went home, and I got to go and work things out with my wife, and come back, and it only took 2.5 weeks until he passed, and there were a couple of things in the hospital. One was I was concerned about not hurting him and getting him out of there, and I'm thinking, well, we'll put a robe on him and all that stuff, and the nurse said, no, you gotta make sure he gets his boots and his hat on. So we get him in, his hat and his boots, and get him out, his rancher, and we get him out into the car, and I say, well, Pops, would you like a cigarette? And he goes, I don't mind if I do. And so we stopped, and I got him a pack of cigarettes, and he took a drag off, and he leaned down, and he tapped me on the thigh as I drove him home. He was a man of few words, but I knew. And I got to bring him home, and he got to die in his own bed, or in his own home. And any time that happens, it's a victory for the power. Got to do the stuff with hospice and all that stuff, and a wonderful experience. Now, you guys have been exposed to me for a little while. You know that I'm really kind of strange and off the spiritual thing and this AA guy and all that stuff. But see, all I do is I show a little willingness, and I get drawn further and further and further. And on the anniversary of my 25th coming to you on the 2nd day of May in 2004, a wonderful, wonderful moment of celebration in my heart and for my community, that was the day that my father chose to leave this life. And if you think I was weird then, I went completely off the hook after that. Because I knew that there's far more going on than I have any idea. And I had the privilege of having sober feelings, that having the feeling of my heart breaking open and staying that way, and being able to accept and enjoy that's just the experience. That's just the thing of being part of this. What more could any man ask for? What more could any man ask for? My relationship with my wife is all based around this stuff. I know that in our literature, there's a pamphlet that said the most important job in Alcoholics Anonymous is the general service representative. I disagree. I think it's the sponsor's wife. And because you need somebody that's going to be a double agent, that's going to help guys that you're sponsoring to actually get through the experience of dating women and doing all that stuff. And she is. And she's been of great help to the men that I work with in helping to teach them how to act with dignity and grace with women. My daughter, when she was 13 years old, said to me, Dad, it's all about the friends now. She didn't live with me. And I remembered coming from a divorced family that I remember that part. And I said, okay, baby, well, your mom says it's okay. And so, I've had you every weekend, all weekend long for a number of years now. And I love it and I'll miss you, but, you can just come and be with me when you want. And, she never slept another night at my house. But we've been very close. And a couple of years ago, I said to her, well, when that experience happened, I said, did you feel that I was just dropping my fatherly duties? And she said, well, no, I felt like you believed that I'd become old enough that I was a social being now, and it was time for me to go out and start mixing it up with people. And you didn't want to try and control that. She said, I felt you really believed and trusted me. And I said, oh, well, thank you, darling. I said, I tell you what, I sponsor guys that have teenage daughters. And they get very confused about what's going on with their daughters. I said, you know how Adele's a double agent helping my guys? She said, yeah. I said, would you do the same with my guys that have daughters? She said, absolutely. And so I give her phone number to guys, and I had a guy say, look, I paid for the family therapist. I paid for the private counseling for the kid. I paid for my private counseling. We went to the school counselor, and we went to the parish priest. And you know who gave me real practical advice about how to love and be with my daughter? Your daughter. So there is no aspect of my life that this thing does not touch. There is no boundary in it. I live this. This is my way of life, and it is a marvelous, marvelous thing. We talk about letting go. Don't let go, man. Just jump. Just jump. The older folks in here, they remember the Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid when they're going running off the waterfall. But just jump. Just jump. You'll be amazed what happens. You'll be amazed. Thank you.
When Jay's dad, Jim, was sober that year before he died, at one point he brought him down to L.A. and was kind of showing him off because nobody had ever seen him sober. And he brought him over to my house, and we're sitting on the couch together. And I looked at him, I said, so, Jim, you're not drinking? And he looked at me and smiled, and he went, yeah. And I said, well, how is it? How do you feel? And he goes, well, the best thing about it is I don't have to go to those damn meetings you guys go to. And we just laughed, man. It was amazing that guy wasn't drinking. It was really amazing. It was really sweet. As I mentioned in my story, I was raised in AA, and I got raised in this house where now I understand what was going on there. Before, I really wasn't that conscious of exactly what was going on. But I was surrounded by a bunch of AA men and a bunch of Al-Anon women from the age of 6 until I was like 15 or 16. It kind of, you grow up and you're not so much at home anymore, but for that whole time there was lots of AA activity happening in my house all the time. And when I was younger, before babysitters and stuff, they would actually take me to this many meetings, but this Friday night meeting in particular in Westchester that my parents started. They started this meeting, and when it finally closed its doors, it was pushing 45 years old, And I would sit out in the kitchen, and during the break, I would help bring out the donuts and the coffee, and at the end of the meeting, I'd stand, hold everybody's hands, say the Serenity Prayer, keep coming back, and I was surrounded by this stuff. I hated, one of the requirements for being an alcoholic is I think you almost are required to hate your parents. And, you know, for the alcoholic life to seem like the only normal life, you got to create a reality around you to make that work. And the first rule is that you can never take responsibility for your own behavior, because your behavior is indefensible. So it's got to be someone else's fault. And usually mom and dad are the first in there trying to interrupt the fun and control your life. And we usually have this kind of overreactive kind of hatred for our parents. Now, some of them were really dark and horrible and alcoholic and awful. You know, some of them deserve some hatred. In my particular case, you know, my father got sober, and they weren't that bad people, really. At the very worst, they ignored me. You know, I mean, most parents aren't qualified to be parents. You know, they should have done something else besides raise kids. But they never beat me or molested me or anything like that. It didn't come from that kind of a violent environment. But I grew up with this hatred, I mean, just a rage, especially against my father. He would come in the room and it would just turn my stomach. It just make me sick to even be around. I couldn't stand the man. And we would have screaming FU fights at each other. You know, I would do most of the cussing. We would standing in the kitchen toe-to-toe getting ready to go at it. I really disliked him. And I really felt that it was my mission on this planet was to make his life as miserable as humanly possible. And I really aggressively, I was not shy, and I really tried to do that. And when I got sober in 1985, he was at the top of my resentment list. He was number one. I hated him much more than anybody else. And at about a year sober, it was his 70th birthday, and I made amends. And I knew that I had to make the amends, and I knew I just couldn't live with that kind of rage and anger. And one of the things that Jay taught me how to do this, and I do this with guys, is when you're going to make an amends, you write out what you're going to say. And let's review it, and we'll kind of edit it and make sure that you're not going to cause another fight, you know, or let's be clear on what it is you want to say, why you're making amends. What's the purpose here? What are we trying to accomplish? You know, we're not going to ask forgiveness from them. It's not up to us to ask anything of these people. We're just going to apologize for our behavior, plain and simple. And as I was writing down I couldn't really recall what it was that he did to me that caused that level of rage. And I was shocked by that experience. I mean, certainly there had to have been worse than that. You know, I'd come up with like 2 or 3 things that weren't real nice, you know, I mean, but that kind of response? I mean, that was the first eye-opener that I had that maybe I had overreacted a bit to some events in my life. You know, and I have no idea where that comes from, you know, where that overreaction comes from. But I have a lot of memories in sobriety as well. I mean, this didn't go away right away. Where something negative would happen, and then I would respond, and everybody would forget about what happened as they're reacting to Bill flopping around on the floor like a bloated fish. I mean, my reaction to this event was just clear over the top, you know, and that's a common thread in my life. But at a year sober on his 70th birthday, I made amends to him. And he said to me as I was taking him in the other room, he says, "Oh, you don't have to do this." And it was kind of like Jay's father walking out of the room. He said, "You don't have to do this." And I looked at him and laughed, and I said, "You better than anybody know that I do. You know, I have to do this." I did not know that he had never done this. I figured he had done it. I was to find out later he had never done any of this stuff. And so I sat him down and I said, "You know, I'm sorry that I wasn't the son that I know that you wanted me to be. And I'm sorry for all the horrible things that I've said and the horrible things that I've did. I'm not going to list them here. You were there. You know, I haven't forgotten any of them, and I'm sure you haven't either. And you're my father, and I love you, and I don't want to hate you anymore. I'm tired of this." And we had a little talk. He kind of told me some stuff, and you know, and we had a little talk. And I went home that night with my wife that I was married to when I came in. And as I was driving home back to our house, it was like somebody reached inside and grabbed all of that rage and just pulled it out of me. I started crying and sobbing, and I couldn't stop. And I've never done that before or since, I don't think, really. I mean, that was a spiritual experience that I was present for. I was stone cold sober, and I felt that leave me. You know, was it 100% of it? Like 95. You know, I mean, most of it was gone. And it just took all the energy out of all of that screaming and hollering and sleepless nights and visions of his death in my dreams. It's just horrible stuff. And demons, we have demons, you know, these demons that are in us. And my relationship with him began to change. He was not the kind of guy that hugged you a lot. He wasn't a touchy guy. He was a depression kid. You know, working since he was 12 years old, just one of those guys, you know, just a real quiet, hard-working, show-up, you know, salt-of-the-earth, blue-collar guy, a dude, you know, just supplied for his family, took care of everybody, and, you know, and that was the kind of thing. And he just wasn't a real huggy, touchy-feely guy. He didn't coach soccer. He didn't sign me up for anything. He was building a business and doing a lot of AA, you know, that's what he did. And I figured if I wanted to, and I was taught this, if I wanted to have a different relationship with him, it was going to be up to me to make that happen. That I couldn't wait around for him. Once again, your behavior, my happiness is based on your behavior. I can't live like that anymore. I can't wait for that because you just don't behave right. You know, and so I have to be the one that's the move. I have to make that move. If I want him hugging me, I got to start hugging him. So I started hugging him. And then something horrible happened. He started showing up at my AA meetings, which was really awful, you know. I mean, he had kind of drifted away from AA. I mean, he was still going, but he really wasn't involved at any level of any kind, really. And when I got sober, he got perked up. And he started showing up to my men's stag, which was awful. And the real awful thing about it is everybody was really happy he was there. He was the old-timer at the men's stag. Everybody was, oh, shit, we got Gordon now, you know. We had one old guy, Eric. Gordon had more time than Eric, which was really cool because Eric was an asshole. And, yeah, he still is. You know. And, yes, of course. Yeah, I hope that tape doesn't get back to he could take me out real easy, you know. And anyway, and I got to see a side of my father that I'd never seen before. I got to see the guy hanging around with a bunch of other guys, telling dirty jokes and being a guy. I'd never seen that before. And he said some of the funniest stuff I've ever heard in AA, you know, and I'm not going to repeat it. We're in mixed company. And it was filthy. And I'd never heard him. He never cussed. He was a good Southern boy, you know, growing up. He had manners. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am kind of a guy. But he's down at AA with the boys, and all that went right out the window, you know. I mean, pretty soon he's just telling crotch jokes one after the other, you know. And I didn't even know he knew that stuff, you know. And all of a sudden he changed. You know, I saw this regular guy, you know, that wasn't trying to be the correct father or that, you know, he was just an AA dude. Well, as this was happening and our relationship was beginning to change and we were getting closer, you know, I found my father in Alcoholics Anonymous. I am truly blessed. This doesn't happen to very many people. You know, I mean, a lot of people heal with their parents, and the level that we healed was really quite remarkable. You know, the fact that we could never share anything, but we could share AA. And I started sponsoring guys, and at about 2 or 3 years sober, I was sponsoring this guy, Al, who's still sober to this day. He's 22, 23 years sober now. And Al was taking care of his mother, and his mother was dying. She was quite old, and she was very ill. They didn't have any health insurance or anything, and Al was taking care of her. And this was a big issue in his life, and he was constantly talking with me about it. And he had to change her diapers and pop her hip back into the socket. And she wasn't a very nice woman either. She wasn't like Mother Teresa. You know, she was kind of just a mean-spirited, dark person. And Al had a sister, still does, and his sister is very strange. They're a weird group of people, you know. And And alcoholism really runs in their family, and it's just kind of and here Al is, fairly newly sober, with the burden of taking care of this woman and, just full time, 24 hours a day. And this went on for several years. And one night he's over at my house, and he had left the hospital. He had to take her into the hospital because she was very close to death. And he had given them my phone number before cell phones, and he said, this is where I'll be. So he's in my kitchen. We're talking about what's going on, and the phone rings, and they say, Al, you better get back here. It looks like she's close. You better get back here right away. So he gets up to leave, but he's not leaving. He's just standing there. He's looking at me. And I know what he wants, and I don't want to go. She's not my mother. I'm just sponsoring this guy, like reading the book with him and stuff. We don't do that stuff. There's limitations here, right? I don't have to go do that. It's not in the handbook. I've never read where it says that we have to go do that kind of stuff. That's way too personal. That's his mother, not my mother. I've never seen anybody die in a hospital, and I'm not looking forward to it. So I'm not going. And he's not leaving. And I finally said to him, I said, do you want me to go with you? And he goes, would you please? Now, this guy's got a family. Aunts, uncles, sister, stuff, they're at the hospital. It's not like he's alone. But now I'm stuck. I can't just say, no, I'm not going to go. I was hoping he'd let me off the hook. I was hoping he'd say, no, that's okay, man. I'll be all right. But hang by the phone. I might need to call you. I would, yeah, sure, yeah. So I go down to the hospital, and I walk in this room, and it's horrible. She's all horrible looking, and she's got tubes and ventilators, and the beepers are going off, and the room's half lit, and I'm creeped out. And I find a chair over in the corner, and I go sit in this chair, and I close my eyes, and I just breathed a couple of times, and I just said something innocuous like, God help me, help me through this, something. And this feeling came over me. I didn't hear any voices, no lights changed, but a feeling came over me, a very distinct feeling that said to me, everything's okay here. There's nothing wrong. This is not a mistake. Just relax. It's all right. And I believed it. I just kind of relaxed, and I sort of took a breath, to expand my lung capacity, because when you're all uptight, you're like this. And I looked around the room, and it seemed like, well, this is what happens, right? And Al is pacing back and forth, and he's a great big guy like me, but he's a larger man. He's a framer, like a carpenter, and he's got great big hands. And I told him, I said, come over here and sit down. There's a chair next to me. I said, sit down. And he comes over and he sits down, and I held his hand, and I looked at him, and I said, man, everything's okay. There's nothing wrong here. It's all right. Just relax. And I said, let's pray. And we lowered our heads, and I said some prayer. I have no idea what I said, but I just said some prayer. And something, tried to be poetic or something. I'm not real creative. All the cool stuff that you hear come out of me, I stole from other people. But he's holding my hand when this is happening, and he's holding my hand really tight. And while I'm saying that prayer, I could feel his hand relax in my hand, just let go. That's intimacy. That's what it is. It's real quiet. It's very subtle. And I miss it all the time because I'm looking for a head rush. And I've come to find out that emotions are very quiet. They're very subtle. They're not dramatic like we are. That's a fabricated emotion. Most of them are very quiet, real sweet and soft and slow. And if I get quiet enough, I can pick up on this. And I need to be put in positions like that I don't want to go to, that I won't choose by choice, to have those experiences. I need to go places where I don't even think I should go. I think the most spiritual thing said in Alcoholics Anonymous is get in the car. I'm serious. It is the most spiritual thing you'll ever hear in AA. Is somebody will look at you and say, come on, man, get in the car. And you're going to be thinking, nah, I got stuff to do. Because I don't know where they're going or who they're going to be with or what it's going to be like or what I might have to say or what might happen. What if I get stuck there and I can't leave when I want to? And, we've got all these reasons. So most of us don't go. And we don't have the experiences. Al's mom died. And I had the experience of watching this man step up and care for his mother. Did he do it gracefully? No. He bitched and complained and moaned. Sometimes he yelled at her. And then he had to go back and make amends, I mean, he did not do it gracefully. But he did it. He did it. He taught me more about what it is to be a man at that time in my life than anybody else I'd ever known. Because I watched a guy not that dissimilar from me, a little weirder, smoked a little bit too much pot. He's not all there. He's one of them surf dudes, We call him Alabunga, He's like, he goes by pseudonyms. He has fake names and shit. He's a little strange, but he's not that different from me. And he took care of his mother and took care of her until she passed. Sometime later, my friend Chris Gantner, who had a son, he got sober around the same time as me. Not a guy I was sponsoring, just a guy I knew. And he had a 7-year-old boy, and the boy contracted leukemia. It took him about 2 years to die. Chris called me during the process of this process. He called me up because I had kids, and we used to hang out a little bit together. And he called me up and he told me what was going on, and he was just absolutely out of his mind. He was devastated. This kid kind of helped him get sober. It was one of those points where he was trying to take care of this. They were divorced. He was trying to take care of the kid, and he was just drunk on his ass in the kitchen one day, and the kid came in and asked him for a glass of water, and he just fell apart emotionally. Those moments where he could see himself, and he couldn't even get his ass up off the chair to get a glass of water for his child. And it was so devastating that he got sober. He finally went to AA and stayed. And this little boy was dying. And I said, well, I'll be right there, man. And I jumped in my car and I drove to the hospital. And it was like a knight in shining armor. I'm going to go help my friend. And I felt really good about what I was doing, and I wanted to be there. And I walked in that room and I took one look at that little boy, and I about freaked out. The little boy was the same age as my daughter. And it was just too much. I just could not do it. I couldn't do it. And it was all I could do. I waited long enough because I didn't want to look bad. So I stayed there for a while, but as soon as I could get the hell out of there, I left. And I just almost went running out of the place. And I'm going back to my car, and I thought, man, I can't do this. This is too much. This is one step too far. And I called him. I called my sponsor, and I told him what was going on. And I said, I can't do it. And he says, I'll go with you. I'll go. Well, he didn't know any more about it than I did, and he didn't even know this guy. He didn't even know. This wasn't in his realm of influence. He didn't know Chris Gantner. And so the next day we went down to the hospital together because I still want to look at it. I didn't want to just say, no, I can't go. So maybe I can pull it off. And the two of us went in there. And for the last several months of that little boy's life, we were there almost every day. Jay happened to be working close by where the hospital was. He had a coffee stand there. And so we were there a lot. And I went through, at one point, I'm sitting in the room, and I was so stressed out, I started having heart palpitations. I got all weird, and Chris looks at me and he goes, man, you don't look good. And I go, I don't feel good. And he gets to the nurse, and the nurse goes, Jesus. And they took me up to the cardiac care unit and hooked me up, right? So Chris Gantner, the boy's father, comes up there and he walks and he looks at me hooked up in the bed and he goes, this is the most ridiculous ploy for the center of attention I have ever seen in my life. My kid's down there dying. You couldn't stand it, so you had to fake a heart attack. Just, only in AA. Black humor. One of the things that we can do in situations like that is we can walk into those situations and make people laugh. It's like what we did with Keelahan when he was in there coughing his lungs up, and we went and crawled in the bed. It was the only thing we could think of, and he just busted up, man. In the middle of darkness, we can shine some light. We can make jokes about things other people can't. And the guy gets it. He gets it. He understands that love because he's been in A. He knows what it's about, And we did that for Chris, and we stood around the little boy's bed and we prayed for his death, and so he would stop suffering. It was just horrible. It was a nightmare. I'll never forget that. And the little boy died. And what I learned from that is that if one of my children got sick and died, I would survive. Would it be fun? Would it leave a scar? A big one. But I would survive. Because my friend Chris has survived. He's got 2 more kids now, remarried. He's got a family. He lived. And I'm sure he still visits little Aaron's grave. He'll never forget that little boy. But he survived. So will I. So will you. We survive. We don't drink and we survive. Keelahan died. I was a friend. I was his buddy. He went on retreat with us. He said one of the most powerful things I've ever heard in Alcoholics Anonymous. He was at a meeting. Jay and Rick Rose would pick him up and bring him to the meeting. Sometimes he'd have to leave early. He was in such pain. And the leader of the meeting, if he was paying attention, would call on him. And Keelahan said, if you're not grateful, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. And when he said that in that meeting, nobody laughed. You could hear a pin drop in the room because he was damn happy to be there. He was happy to be there. And I used to joke with him in his hospital room. I said, when you die, everybody's going to think you're a saint. And he goes, yeah, isn't that something? He says, don't worry. I said, we'll tell him the truth. He was my friend. And we were there when he died. Jay was at the side of the bed with him. We were in the house together. When he passed away, he was our friend. And 10 years after I made amends to my father made amends to me. Don't leave before the miracle. I talked to a guy just the other day about his relationship with his father. He says, I think my dad owes me. And I said, don't leave. Don't leave. Make your amends. See what happens. Hug him, whether he wants you to or not. Pretty soon he'll start hugging you. In the end, my father couldn't keep his hands off of me. He couldn't keep his hands off me. He was constantly holding my arm, hanging on my jacket, putting his arm around me. He finally got the son that he always wanted. He finally got a son he was proud of. He was really proud of me in Alcoholics Anonymous. There was a guy, Frank Honeycutt, that was an old-timer that knew my dad. And every time I'd go down and speak at East Bay in Long Beach, Frank would come up to me and he would say, your dad would be so proud of you. And it always just touched me. It's all I ever wanted, It's all I really want from you is I want you to be proud of me. I want you to love me. I want to be your friend. I don't want to be your teacher. I don't need devotees. I don't need followers. I just want to be part of you, and I just don't know how to do it. I'm learning. This is on-the-job training. Learning how to be close, learning how to be intimate, learning how to be friends. We use what we got, what we have. Some of it works, some of it doesn't. But my father and I got close together. He had a pain in his leg. It was cancer. And he was 85 years old. And I started taking him and my mother both. All 3 of us went to the hospital appointments, and we came at a time like Jay described with his dad. Did you hear what they said? I told my dad, I said, Dad, I don't think you're going to fix this one. And he looked at me and he went, well, shit. Because he was always fixing things. He was a fixer. He was a mechanic. He was a wrench, and a machinist. He could fix stuff. Fixed everything all the time. And he couldn't fix this one. And he decided that he wasn't going to do the chemotherapy, that he was just going to go for the ride, because he didn't have much time. There was no cure. All they could do is try to elongate his life, and he didn't want to do that. He was 85. And we went for the ride. And my mother and I took care of him. And there came a day when, slowly but surely, he ended up in a hospital bed in the living room of his house. I was up there all the time, spending the night a lot, and my mother was there. And we're standing by the side of the bed one day, and it was time to change the diaper, and nobody else was there. The hospice people weren't there. My mother looked at me, and she goes, "Here we go." And I got to see my parents as lovers. That woman had seen his ass many times in 62 years, and we changed his diapers, and I got to see them. I saw what love looks like. And it wasn't about the diaper, and it wasn't about the part of the body. It's just the action that you take towards someone that you really love. Because after a while, my report to you about that stuff is that it becomes just like running the washing machine. It's no big deal. We all think it's a big deal. It's really not that big of a deal. What wouldn't you do for somebody that you truly cared for, that you'd spend most of your life with? And we made a really comfortable environment for him, and all of you showed up. We had meetings at the house, and he'd hear the motorcycles coming down the street, and he would all perk up, and then he would come and we'd have the meeting, and then 45 minutes after you left, he would slowly wind down. And I'm sure it kept him alive, for a long time. He always had the portable phone in his hand, and the phone would ring, and he'd answer it. Half the time he didn't know who the hell you were, and it didn't matter. It was just people coming to check on him. People coming up to the house to kiss the ring, say goodbye in their own way. And it was really, really sweet. I told this story earlier. My mother was on the side of the bed with him one day, and Karen and I kind of walked into the other room, and she laid down alongside of him, and she said, "Daddy, we had a good marriage, didn't we?" And he thought for a minute, and he went, "Better than I thought it was going to be." 62 years they were married. You don't see that so often anymore. And he passed away. He died. We had a great memorial for him, And everything was at rest between my father and I. We didn't have to have any big, heavy talks or anything. One day he was in the living room, and I heard him go, "Oh, shit." And I said, "What's wrong?" And he says, "Well, I'm not going to make it." And I went, "Well, yeah." And we just kind of laughed, and he just settled down. He just accepted it. I saw what acceptance looks like. The phases of dying. You could actually see it happen. And once he relaxed into it, he just relaxed right into it. One day he talked to me about some of the regrets he had. And I'm sitting there, he had a beautiful home up in Palos Verdes, and he wasn't a super wealthy guy, but he was very comfortable. He made a good living for himself. I still run the business that he started. That's the business that I'm in. And I said, Dad, I think it worked out pretty good, man. You're surrounded by your family and the people that love you and your beautiful home. I said, I think it worked out pretty good. He looked at me and he went, "Yeah, I guess so, huh?" It's like, I said, I think this is pretty cool, man. What else would you like to have? When in the end, what's important? In the end, are you going to be laying in your bed thinking, "God, I should have worked a little harder"? I don't think so. I think it's going to be important who's sitting around you at the time and what the feeling is in the room. Are we surrounded by people that love us? Do people love us? Are we lovable? That's a big question. Well worth asking. And he died. My mother moved in with Karen and I, and a couple of years later, she got cancer when she was 85. And we went to the doctor together, and she knew something was wrong. She was living with us in an apartment over the garage, and we had pooled our resources and bought this house, and sold their house and paid down the mortgage, and we're all, in the compound, we're together, a family. And she decided that she wasn't going to do the chemotherapy. That she looked at me and she says, "I'm going to do what Daddy did. I'm just going to go for the ride. I don't want to go. I don't want to get all sick and stuff. I know I don't have much time." So we brought her home. We set up a hospital bed in the living room of my house. And for the last 3 months of her life, I stayed home and I just took care of my mother because I had the ability to be able to do that. And it seemed like the right thing to do. Well, I knew it was the right thing to do. And we would be in the living room. It was in the front room of the house where the bed was. And Jay would drive up and I'd go, "Oh, Mom, it's Jay again." And she says, "Oh, God, we're going to have to pray, aren't we?" And well, yeah, let's just relax into it. It'll be okay. He'll leave soon enough. We had a great time. We had a lot of fun. There was a lot of laughter. She wasn't as lighthearted as my dad, but We were close, I'm standing by the side of the bed one day, and it's time to change the diaper, and there's nobody else there. There's nobody to help me. There's just my mom and I. And this woman always took extremely good care of herself. Whenever you saw her, her hair was always perfect. Makeup was on. She was 85. She looked like she was maybe 65. Really took good care of herself. Didn't gain too much weight. Always nicely dressed, well groomed all the time. Wherever she was just looked like that all the time. And she looked up at me and she started to cry when it was time to change the diaper because she had thought she'd lost her dignity. And it was heartbreaking to watch her feel that way. And she looked at me with tears in her eyes and she said, I never raised you to do this. And I thought about it and I went, oh, yes, you did. I know now what was going on in that house that I was raised in. I know what you were doing. You were saving those people's lives. I know now. Because I have a house like that now. You're in my house, and my house is like that. I live in a house that is exactly like the one that I was raised in. People come to my house and their lives change. Like I went to his house and my life changed. And Matthew went to his sponsor's house and his life changed. Our lives change because of our interaction with each other. We save each other's lives. I mean, literally. I'm not being joking about that. It's the truth. We are the instrument of God's will. We are how God works in this program. We carry the message. We make time available for people. They come into our lives and we simply make time available. The wisdom doesn't spring forth from us. It flows through us. We jokingly say that we stole everything from others. It's the truth. And it's all for free. You can take whatever you find. Use it. It might work. It might work. Who knows what people need to hear? Mostly I believe is what they feel from us much more than what they hear from us. They feel acceptance. Acceptance is a feeling that you feel. You know when somebody really accepts you. You can tell when somebody's really listening to you and when they're just doing time. I don't know how you can tell when I'm talking to you on the phone that I'm playing solitaire in the background. But people call me on it all the time because they can feel it over the phone that I'm not really listening. And I try to deny it, but I know they've nailed me. So I said to my mother, yes, you did. You raised me to do exactly this. So roll over. And I changed her diapers. And we entered into a level of intimacy we didn't know was available. And once again, it wasn't about the act of the diaper. It's just the level of caring for someone that you love. And the barriers fall away. And the next time you do it, it's a little bit easier. And the third time she yells at you across the room, Bill, it's time. And here you are. Love is service. It's simply service. It's keeping things clean. It's changing the bed linens. It's listening to her when she wants to talk to you about something, Pulling her up in the bed so she's more comfortable. And the Al-Anons showed up at my house, and Jean Kissel, whose husband just recently died, she's a little short woman, about 2'1", and about as wide as she is tall. And she comes in and she takes me into the back room and she says, are you okay? And well, yeah, I'm okay. She goes, really? I went, no, I'm not okay. And they bring food, the Al-Anons, They're wonderful, And they came and they helped. They would stop by in the morning, some of them. My ex-wife showed up and we were all taking care of my mother. We have a community here. We have a community that's very real and it's vibrant. What we have to do sometimes is call in the troops. Now let me ask you this question. What if I would have said no to that man in my kitchen? What if I'd have said no to Al when he wanted me to go to ICU when his mother was dying? What if I would have said no? What if I would have weaseled out on it? Would it have been easier not to go with Chris Gantner when his kid was dying? Maybe not call Jay and never go back to the hospital? Would it have been easier to not be with Patrick Keelahan because it wasn't that easy going to his house. His wife didn't really care for us too much. And she begrudgingly let us come in. But it would have been real easy just to say, well, no, it's a family, it's a private affair. They don't really want me around, so I don't need to be there. You know? And what would have happened if I had not done those things, if when it came time when my father said to me, I'm dying, maybe it would have been easier just to put him in a rest home or not be around it because it's just too hard on me. I don't know if I could make it. I've had guys that I've sponsored have come to me not too long ago and said, my father's dying, I don't think I can get through it. And I go, isn't it your dad that's dying? And he goes, well, yeah, but I don't know. Then why are you worried about you? He's the one that's dying. This isn't happening to you. I mean, this was new information to this guy, And he was able to walk through it. The reason he was able to walk through it is because I had walked through that. I have had those conversations. This was not happening to me. This was happening to my parents. And it's time for little Billy to grow up. And this is what being a real man looks like. Do we do it gracefully? No, nobody said anything about graceful. It's all about simply showing up. That's how you learn how to do this stuff. And God bless the men that came before us that have showed up to these things that can actually help us. I mean, Jay called me one time when his father was going through it, and he was having a lot of pain, or was it Marcia? Marcia, the stepmother, was having all this pain. He calls me up and he goes, man, she is in pain. I said, well, you're not giving her enough stuff. She shouldn't be in pain. He goes, really? I'm telling you, the nurses told me when that happened to my mother, man, you got to dose them good. It's all about having no pain. Don't worry about them ODing. They're already dying. And he goes, right, I'll call you back. Boom. It's like, we have good practical information around here, especially about drug overdosing. We have no idea that what we do here is going to affect our lives 20 years down the road, clear over here. My friend Scott Redmond told the story about never healing with his father, who died, and he was loaded when his father died. He never showed up to the funeral, and he just had huge, horrible regret for all of that. And he wrote about it and went to the cemetery and burned the paper and did the whole thing, but he still had this regret. There was a bunch of guys that were going down to the hospital in downtown Los Angeles sitting with AIDS patients that nobody would be with. And this guy put together a group of guys that would just go down there and read books to them, just spend time with them, because they'd been abandoned by their families and all of their friends were dead. This was in Hollywood back in the late 80s. It was huge. This was horrendous in our community. So Scott said, oh, sure, I'll go do it. Get in the car. And he went down and he goes in the car and he made friends with this older man that was there. And he would come down there every week and read to him and read stuff to him and just spend time with him. And the man passed away and he went to his funeral and he met his family and all this stuff. And Scott said, who knew that me sitting with a complete stranger would cause me to heal with my dead father? See, you and I can't figure this stuff out. That's why we need to do all of it. Because we have no idea how we're going to be affected by the actions that we take that seem completely disassociated with what's going on in our lives. Because we're not running the show. This thing is being run by a higher power that has a lot more prescience over this stuff than we do. And it's my job to not filter any of it, to just show up for it. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. Hey! Why don't we not meditate for 3 minutes, but we'll say the serenity prayer. How about that? God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen. I wanted to thank all of you for coming. And then I want to thank you for staying. And the fact that you come together and allow us to come out and enjoy this great part of the world and be with you and your hospitality. We were all very touched by your hospitality and the food and the friendship, and it means a lot to us. And thank you very much. I know it sounds like the message is the fruits of sponsorship is you get to watch the people you love die. And so, yeah, it's better not watch them. And I think I shared all that. I've been through that with these guys, and I think it's about growing up inside for me in a way that I didn't think I was capable of. So I'm going to tell a little different story about the fruits of sponsorship for me. And for me, I want to start off by saying when I got to the 11th step, my first time through the steps when I was going in order, and I was reading the 11th step, I was at the point in my sobriety where I had done a 5th step, and I had done a 9th step, some of the work, not all of it. It took me 7 years to pay back all the money, but I did it every month. And I did all that stuff, and I was starting to get to that place in myself where I could say to the newcomer, these steps are tools for living. And I meant it, because people would say that to me when I was new, and I'd look at the steps and go, well, why are they in Chinese, man? I got problems, and I'd read these steps, and they didn't apply to my issues, But I was at the 11th step, and it was hard for me. It wasn't the praying and meditation that bothered me. It was prayed only for knowledge of God's will for me and the power to carry that out. Because I was raised in a very strict Catholic upbringing. It wasn't like my parents were religious zealots. I just went to Catholic school. So all day long I got that. And when I went through puberty in Catholic school, I had a lot of urges and feelings and thoughts that the nuns made it seem like if I were thinking that way, I was going to burn in hell and God didn't like me. So when it got to the 11th step and I was a grown man and it said prayed only for knowledge of God's will for me and the power to carry that out, I didn't like that because it seemed ambiguous, first of all. I didn't know what that meant, what is God's will for me, and I didn't think God liked me. I believed that a power greater than me had gotten me sober and helped me stay sober, but this relationship and this communication really, really scared me. And I'm not kidding at all. I went to my sponsor and said, I don't understand that. What does that mean? How do I know God's will for me? And he was very kind about it. He didn't answer right away. He let me go on and think about it. And I came back to him and I said, I really, really do want to know what that means. And he said, Matthew, I think maybe you're making this way too complicated. He said, maybe, when the alarm clock goes off, God's saying, get up. Maybe when Phoebe's diaper needs changing, God's saying, hey, it's time to change the baby. And maybe when a bill comes in the mail and it says pay this amount, God's saying, hey, pay that amount. Maybe if you just do the next indicated thing, you can be sure you're doing God's will. And it seems really simple all these years later saying that, but it actually changed the course of my life because I relaxed about God and His will for me, and I just did what was in front of me. I got up in the morning and I went to work, I got this great job at an airline. It was a great job for me. It was a big step up from the loading dock where I worked the first year of my sobriety. And I got this job kind of through AA, so I couldn't really talk about how I got the job with my fellow employees. I didn't drink. And I actually liked the job, so that made me unpopular at work. Because they all thought it was hell, and they all went drinking afterwards to talk about what hell it was, and I didn't go drinking. I went home, or I went to a late meeting, and I was probably in my second year of sobriety. And on my way to work one day, in the afternoon, I stopped and I bought a guitar. A beautiful guitar. A Taylor Dan Curry model acoustic guitar. So some of the people in the room are jealous of me now. And I'm okay with that because I have self-esteem. But I bought this guitar and I got to work and I didn't have anyone to show this guitar to because I wasn't the cool guy at work. I was not unpopular. I just didn't have a lot of friends. And that was okay, I had been the cool guy at work and I always got fired from those jobs. So I went to my work and I put the guitar in my locker, and on my way out that night at 10:30 I went to the employee bus stop because at Los Angeles International Airport there's a D bus, and all the employees from all the airlines come out and they wait for this bus, and it takes us to a parking lot that's off the grounds of the airport. So I'm waiting at the D bus with this brand new guitar case with this beautiful guitar in it. And I'm dying to show somebody my new guitar. I'm bursting to show somebody. And this poor unsuspecting woman from British Airways comes and stands next to me, and I turn to her and I say, hey, can I show you my new guitar? And she looked right in my eyes and said, I'm sorry, I don't look at strange men's guitars. And she got on the bus. And I was quite surprised by this. And so I got on the bus, and unfortunately for her, it was a very crowded bus, and we were pushed against each other. We had a guitar case between us, but she was this close to me. And I realized that I had made her uncomfortable. And she had a book in her hand. I think it was Surprised by Joy by C.S. Lewis. It was one of C.S. Lewis's books. And I looked down and said, oh, I've read that book. And she said, well, cut to the chase. Do you believe in God? Now, look, I'm almost 2 years sober, and I almost spit on her when I yelled, God saved my life! And all the blood drained out of her face. And I thought, geez, man, calm down. And she really looked like, I wish I could just disappear. I wish I could, make this guy disappear. And so I looked at her and I realized, oh, bad pickup line number 2 at the airport. And I calmed down and I said, what do you think? What do you believe? And she started talking. We talked about God, And while we were talking, I noticed that she was really pretty. I had not noticed. I had not cared. I wanted someone to look at my guitar. It could have been Frankenstein if they would have just looked. And we talked, and I calmed down, and she calmed down. We had a really intimate little conversation. She did not believe in God. She was looking, searching, investigating. And she was really pretty. She looked like Audrey Hepburn. She had this long, thin neck and these blue eyes. And we're talking. We get off the bus, and I said, hey, I've had such a nice time with this conversation, and why don't we forget about this guitar and have dinner sometime? And she did not think so. She said, oh, right. Yeah, look at my guitar. I've read that book. I should be able to wait for a bus. This is my bam. It really, surprised me. And I kept thinking, this is bad, but she's got such a cute little accent. And then she'd yell at me some more. And she stormed off. She walked off. And I knew that I had grown spiritually. Because I went to work the next day, and I didn't tell anybody she was a lesbian. It's nobody's business, right? I'm okay, she's okay, we're okay. I'm just kidding, but it is the fruits of sponsorship. Actually, I'm not kidding, but what I'm trying to, because she rejected me, but I liked me. I had been doing a lot of actions in AA, and I liked my own company. So I didn't have to say stuff about her. I've got nothing against lesbians, by the way. I told this story at a meeting in the Pacific Palisades, and this woman comes up to me afterwards and she says, hello, Matthew, I'm a lesbian. And I said, that's great. And she said, you know how I know I'm a lesbian? I said, no, how do you know? And she goes, I'm not attracted to you. And she walked away. So I'm helping women discover their sexuality in Alcoholics Anonymous. Anyway, so my point was, and why I'm telling this in the fruits of sponsorship section of this workshop, is I was comfortable with me. I had followed a lot of direction. I was helping other people. My life was bigger than my little ego. Not much bigger, but a little bit bigger. And when I went to work the next day, I really thought about work. I didn't really think about it. I had made her uncomfortable. I had said the wrong thing. Innocently, but I'd said the wrong thing. So I worked all day, and I went back to that bus stop, and here she comes. And I'm like, uh-oh. Now I remembered I was rejected the night before. And I actually thought, hey, I don't have a guitar in my hand. Maybe she won't recognize me. And she tapped me on the shoulder, and I turned to her, and she said, I think I might have been rude to you. Would you like to miss this bus and have coffee? And we'll see how it goes. And it was almost, was not long. Maybe 3 or 4 weeks later, she proposed to me. And we've been married now for 14 years. Come on, man. That's better. A guy converts a lesbian, he should get a round of applause. And I tell this story because this is absolutely, my marriage is the gift from God of my sobriety. I can't believe my luck. I cannot believe my luck. When I told my sponsor before we got married, I said, she's not blonde, she's not anorexic, she's not addicted to heroin, she's just really not my type. And he said, yeah, you've changed. You've grown. My wife was completely not my type. She's self-confident. She doesn't need me. And I always needed you to need me, or I didn't think you really loved me. And I have never lied to my wife. And that may not seem remarkable to you, but if you ask any girl I've ever dated, as if I ever lied to them, I lied all the time because I was never enough for me. I was never enough of myself for someone like that to be attracted to me. And she was way out of my league. I still sometimes think she's going to wake up screaming and run out of the house. But for 5 years, we had the most lovely time. And I wanted to say, I did not get married where I lived in California because my mother was, at this point, really not going to live much longer. And my wife said, hey, your mom's from Illinois. why don't we get her home one more time? Why don't we get married in Crystal Lake, where your family has a little lake house, and everybody can come and your mom can go and be home before she passes away? That's what kind of woman my wife is. She's from Wales. It didn't matter to her. So we went to Crystal Lake, Illinois, and we were in this house on a lake. It's a little tiny house. It's been in my family. I think my grandfather bought it in 1922. It's just a little house with a big lawn right on a lake. And I got to stand out on this lawn and wait. My wife was inside getting ready to come out and be my bride. And I walked out on this pier, and I looked up at this beautiful blue sky, and I said to myself, thank you, God, that this is the next indicated thing to do today. I'm going to marry this amazing person, because sometimes the next indicated thing isn't a dirty diaper, Sometimes the next indicated thing isn't an alarm clock. Sometimes the next indicated thing makes your heart blow up in your chest with joy, like Jay talked about and Bill talked about. And that is a gift. That's a gift from the fruits of sponsorship, from getting bigger than myself and my concerns so I could notice this person, and getting bigger than myself and my concerns so I could live peacefully with somebody who didn't do what I wanted all the time. And we have had a wonderful life. We had 5 years of absolute bliss. We went to the hospital. I remember when my son was born, I actually took the pregnant woman to the right hospital, which, as you know, if you were here yesterday, is a big step forward for me. And we had that joy, and Bill had came to the hospital when my kids were born, and we have had a couple of children, and we traveled all over the place because we had flight benefits because we worked for airlines back then. And then about 5 years into our marriage, I came home and I found my wife on the floor. And she was really badly damaged. She had had a severe stroke. She was laying on the floor and her face is contorted and she doesn't look good. And I could tell that she'd had a stroke. So I ran and I called an ambulance. And I came back to my wife and time just stood still. I don't even know where my kids went. I had little kids. I had a 1-year-old kid and a 5-year-old. And I walked out of the house and I got in the ambulance. I didn't even look back. Somebody took care of my kids. I had to follow the love of my life. I got in this ambulance and I went to the hospital, and they were so worried about her at this big metropolitan hospital. I live in a big city, that they called a helicopter and they flew us to a university hospital to try to keep her from becoming more and more damaged right before their very eyes. So we flew to this other hospital. And that's when I realized, this is serious, man. I'm in a helicopter, And we landed at this hospital, and I'm trying to comfort my wife, and she looks terrified. We go in, and they're going to do this operation, and they're going to try to make it okay. And they all are doing this operation, and they walk away right in the middle. So clearly something happened, and I thought she died. And I ran into the operating room, and the guy said, there's nothing I can do. This stroke is going to run its course. I can't stop it. So I stayed with my wife, and I got her into ICU. I'm sorry. And it was like 4 o'clock in the morning, maybe. And I walked downstairs, and I waited till it was an almost decent hour. And I woke up Bill. And I called and said, Philip had a stroke. I don't know what to do. And Bill said something funny. He said, man, they say there are no big deals in AA. He goes, this is a big deal. And it was like 5 in the morning, right? So I wanted to know, what do I do? What do I do? And he said, I want you to hang up and call Jay. I said, I don't want to do that. You're my sponsor. I want to talk to you. And he goes, please, hang up the phone and call Jay. So I hung up the phone and I called Jay. And Jay woke up and he said something interesting too. I talked to him for a while. And, I threw up on him, what had just happened in the last 12 hours. And he listened to me and he said, hey man, you've always wanted to be the world's greatest lover. Now's your chance. Here's your opportunity. And that really kind of changed the mood in me. And then he said, I want you to talk to my wife. I said, I don't want to talk to your wife. I don't really want to talk to you. I want to talk to Bill, is what I was thinking. But I said, okay, put her on. And Adele got on the phone and she said, hey, Matthew, thank you for calling. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. She said, I've had 6 strokes. I think I can tell you how your wife is feeling. And I got experience. I got experience. And I went back in that room and I knew what to do. I was going to be the world's greatest lover for a while. And I knew that my wife was feeling because I had Adele to talk to and find out what was going on inside of Philippa. Well, I had just gotten this job. And it was in 10 days I was going to have to go to Chicago from California to study for this job. And it was a 4-week course that I had to do this training. And I talked to these guys and said, man, I don't think I can go. And Bill said, why can't you go? I said, my wife's in ICU, Bill. And he said, well, I think you should go. He said, I think you should go. We can take care of your wife. And at this time, when I would come out of the ICU and walk into the lobby, almost always some of you guys were there. Some of the guys from the Hermosa Beach Men's Stag, or I also belonged to a group in West LA, and they were just sitting there waiting for me. And it was a clear message that I was not going to be by myself, that I would not be alone. So I couldn't believe it, but I agreed to go to Chicago. And Bill gave me another piece of advice. He said, when you go there, don't tell this new company that just hired you and they're giving you this great salary and this great job, don't tell them that your wife had a stroke and she's in the hospital. Don't be the new guy with problems. I thought, okay. I didn't know if I could do that, but I didn't even think I was going to get on the plane and go to Chicago, to tell you the truth. My wife was in ICU and she is the love of my life. And I thought if I left her, she would die. If I left the scene, she wouldn't make it. I slept in her room. I slept in a hotel room across the street, and I only got a room that I could see her room from my room. That was my insistence. It was awful. It was awful. I would fall asleep, and I'd wake up in the morning and think like everything was okay, and then I'd remember, no, your wife is paralyzed and brain damaged in the hospital across the street. So I went off to Chicago. I couldn't believe it. I went off to Chicago with these schmoes in charge of my wife. And I was shocked by my negligence. But I went and I didn't tell anybody. I didn't tell anybody that my wife was in the hospital. I just went to class and I studied. We were in a big hotel with over 1,000 people had been hired for this sales force and this pharmaceutical company. And I'm taking notes, and because my life depends on it. My wife just lost her job, right? And I'm writing, and then I'd run out on the breaks and I'd check my phone messages. And there'd be 5 messages, 10 messages, sometimes 15 messages every 3 hours from you guys, from these guys. Things like, hey, I put up your Christmas lights today. I hope you don't mind. I put up your Christmas tree. I saw Philippa. She looks so good. She looks so good, man. You're so lucky. She's so beautiful. How could I drink? How could I would have had to push 1,000 people out of my way, hundreds of people to walk to the sports bar where everybody else was going after class, to the sports bar where they were going and sleeping with people that weren't their husbands and weren't their wives. And I was going up to my room praying my ass off that my wife would last long enough that I could get home and see her again. And these are the fruits of sponsorship. These are the fruits. I can't tell you how uncomfortable it was to hear they put my Christmas lights up. I'm supposed to go. I'm supposed to go to the panel. I'm supposed to pick up the new guy. And now all these new guys are putting my Christmas lights up. It really kind of creeped me out. It was like somebody turned the funnel around and I went, shit, it doesn't flow this way. It didn't seem like this was part of recovery, but it was absolutely part of recovery. I just had to learn to accept that. So I want to tell you about a spiritual experience I had during this time. So I found a way that I could go home one weekend. I think I had been gone for 2 weeks, and I'd been getting all these voice messages, and I was talking to my wife 5 and 6 times a day, 7 times a day, and talking to her at night, and all she would ever say is, get me out of this hospital. And I'm in Chicago, and the prognosis was not good. My wife had a very serious stroke. Her carotid artery tore against the inside wall of her carotid artery, tore off and collapsed. So she lost a big chunk of her brain tissue. The fact that she could talk was a major thing. And the fact that she was alive was a major thing. So getting her out of the hospital, wasn't concerned about that. I just wanted her to live. So at 2 weeks into this, studying all the time and being a company guy and not letting on that my wife was sick, I worked that way so I could go home for the weekend and be with my wife. And I flew in on Friday night And it was late because I came from Chicago. I flew into, after class, I flew into Santa Ana Airport, and I took a cab to the hospital, and I couldn't wait to see my wife, who everybody said looked so good, you know. And I went into her room, and she didn't look good. She looked terrible. She looked much worse than I remembered, and much worse than I'd made her in my mind, and I was really surprised. And I looked at her, and she looked up at me, and she wasn't the same. She had brain damage. She was injured. It was bad. I remember Jay, whose wife had 6 strokes, took one look at her and said, "We got real problems here. This is problems." So he knew. So I assured her that everything was fine. I stroked her hair, and I crawled into bed with her, and I fell asleep with my arms around my wife around 11 o'clock at night. And I woke up at, 4:30 in the morning. I remember it was before the sun came up, and I woke up with a start. And everything got really real all of a sudden. And my heart started pounding. And I was so afraid. Because I thought, Christ, I got a 1-year-old kid. I got a 5-year-old kid. I've got Phoebe, who's 7 or 8 now. Phoebe was 10. And Philippa's not ever going to be the same. She may never walk again. She's lost the use of her left side of her body. And she can't, her brain is damaged. And I got this new job that I'm clearly not cut out for. It's way over my head. I'm an English major. This is all science. And I was terrified. And I got up out of bed and I looked at her and she startled me. She looked crippled. And I went and I picked up the soap and the shampoo and all the stuff the nurses had left for me, and I started walking towards that shower. And every time I'd take a step, I felt like I wasn't going to make it any farther. I felt so afraid. Because I thought, Christ, I can't do this. I can't do this. I'm not the man that they need for this. I cannot support this family and this wife and do this job. And I walked and walked, and I was so afraid. I don't know if I can't describe how afraid I was. It was felt like I was going to implode. I could taste metal in my mouth. I don't know if you've ever been that afraid, but that's what I remember from it. And I went into the shower, and this is leading up to the spiritual experience I had. I took off my clothes and I turned the shower on and I got down on my knees. And I prayed to God. And I said to him, God, you don't have to give me a lot of money. You don't have to heal my wife, but I need a little bit of power. Because I got nothing here. I'm not up to this. I can't do it. And I stood up and nothing had changed. I was filled with fear. I was a little cleaner, but no miracle. Okay? And I thought, Christ, I just took a noodle to a knife fight. This isn't going to work at all. And I put my clothes back on and I walked back, and every step I thought, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown. And I thought, well, I'm in a hospital. Maybe an okay spot for a nervous breakdown. And I kept walking and I kept thinking, I felt like I was physically going to fall over. And I walked back into her room and I couldn't see her. It was still too dark, and there was a big picture window behind her and I couldn't see her. So I sat down in the chair next to her and I closed my eyes. And while I was sitting there with my eyes closed, I realized I could feel Philippa in the room with me. I could feel her in my heart, in my body. I could feel her. And I was so surprised. And I thought, I wonder if this is like the sixth sense of being really close to someone and really loving someone openly, that I can feel her. And I thought to myself, if I walked through a big house, a big mansion somewhere, and I were blind, I bet you I could find the room she was in, because I can feel her. And I stood up and I got next to her bed and I put my hands on the side of her bed and I looked out the window, and it was just getting light. So you could see these trees, a bunch of trees, and these birds were flitting from tree to tree, and it kind of startled me because I had been in such an orthopedic environment. And I looked out the window and saw this, and I was awestruck. I thought, wow, the world is so beautiful. It's such a beautiful place. And I looked down at Philippa, and she's very pale. She's from Wales. She's very pretty, and she has this pale skin, and she was kind of glowing. I mean, I looked down at her and I saw her finally. I could see her, and she just seemed like she was glowing. And I thought, oh my God, she's so beautiful. And I love her so much. And there was no fear. No fear. Not any at all. I was completely at peace. And I realized I was surrounded by love and support. And I was lucky because I had a great love in my life. And all I had to do was the next indicated thing. And it was going to be fine. I didn't have to do it all at once. I just had to stand next to the hospital bed right then. And then the next thing, and then the next thing, and then the next thing. And that really is the fruits of sponsorship. You know, I got to share with you last night that I pushed a pregnant woman down a flight of stairs when she was 8.5 months pregnant, and I didn't even think about it. I dress my wife every morning. I dress her and I undress her every night, and I can't believe my luck. How does that happen to us? I don't know. Actions. You just do actions. That's what I know. And that's my story. Nobody died in my story. And the fruits of sponsorship. Thank you.
I love that story. I love both those stories. I've heard them hundreds and dozens of times. And it's true. And it's true. There really isn't anything else to say, but of course I will. We got a few questions, and we'll do that. But I want you to know that the purpose of sponsoring is not top down. It is not me imparting wisdom. What I get to do is I get to share, where I am really helpful is I get to share my scar tissue. And my job with my friend Bill, I took a risk. And I honestly told him all the problems that I'd had in my first 6 years of sobriety. I told him. And I told him things about myself that I wish weren't true. And as we have gone along, I have told him the truth about what it's like to be on the path this much further down than you. And the purpose of that is not, in the beginning it was, hoping that he would not make the same mistakes. He's made the same mistakes. Some he's made even better than I have. But it was so that maybe he would not have to suffer as much, and that ultimately what he would be is a better member of Alcoholics Anonymous than I am. And that maybe if we're really lucky, that when he works with others, that he would have the gift of my experience and his experience, and be able to pass it on to another man who would end up being a better member of Alcoholics Anonymous than either I or he is. And that hopefully God will use Matthew, and there will be other members of Alcoholics Anonymous that are better than we are. And that's what sponsorship is about. It's about us raising the consciousness of this movement that we're in. The Alcoholics Anonymous that I came into was a movement that was about not drinking. You put the plug in the jug and everything's fine. And that is true. But what's happened is this movement has been used to raise the spiritual consciousness and the awareness of an entire 75 years now. We are growing in effectiveness and understanding. We are growing in numbers and power. And if you come to my home group, we have 16-year-old guys that stand up and identify as an alcoholic, and we believe them. We don't sit back and judge them. We believe them. And you know what happens? Those young men stand by the door, and when a young guy comes in, when old guys come in, they grab him. They don't give a shit. Oh, new guy, got him. And they take them home, and they open the book, and they work with them. And when you see a 45-year-old guy going like this with his 22-year-old sponsor, it is heaven on earth. There's a lot of people that say that Alcoholics Anonymous is not as effective as it used to be and all that stuff. That's not my experience at all. AA is as vibrant and as effective as it has ever been. But you need to pay attention to your experience. You need to look at what it is we're talking about. And as it says in our book, the only people that we're talking about are those who come and really try. Not those who come and just happen to get a court card signed or any of that kind of stuff. We're talking about those who try. And those who try get. You knock, the door is open. It's no secret. It's no secret. So I've got a couple of questions that seem to me to be related, or I will interrelate them. So I'll work with these, and then you can play with whatever you want to play with. What are your thoughts regarding relationships in early sobriety? I have scar tissue. What are your thoughts? This seems to be in the same handwriting. What are your thoughts on same-sex sponsorship? Does it matter if both parties have long-term sobriety and significant age difference? Bill's very interested in that one. And do you need a face-to-face sponsor, or will a telephone sponsor suffice? Well, let's see. When we say don't get in a relationship in your first year, what we're trying to do is we're trying to save just a little bit of blood. We're not trying to eliminate the amount of fun you're going to have. We're not saying don't have fun. What we're trying to say is, please don't get contractually involved, and please use a condom. Please. It's very important. Because otherwise there'll just be a lot more stuff. Now, with me, I was tending bar. I had maybe 8-10 weeks sober, and this woman came in, and I served her, and she wanted what I had, and later on she wanted even more what I had, and she said that she wanted to come to AA, so I took her to Alcoholics Anonymous, and took her around to all the meetings, and I wasn't taking advantage of a newcomer because I was a newcomer, and besides, we'd been involved before she came to AA, so I wasn't hitting on any new person. And I introduced her to all the old timers, and taught her to sit down in the brain damage section and all that stuff. And after, she really started to sober up, maybe 3-4 months, she left me for another woman. And then brought her to the meetings and sat her down, and so I learned. Out in LA, we do things where we drive by the parking lot to see whether or not we can go in the meeting, to see whether there are cards there or not. So anyway, just one of my little things. And what we're saying is that the people that you'll be involved with, that you get involved with in your first year of sobriety, are not going to be the kinds of people that you will be involved with in your second, third, or fourth year of sobriety. It's just a function of physics about what it is that we're able to do. So that's my experience about that, and that's what I share with the guys. I'm not saying don't have fun. You can have fun. You can have a lot of fun. But make sure that you both agree that this is what the parameters of fun are. And don't go... my wife has a very nice way of putting it. She said, don't you dare go dating a woman who's got less than 6 months sobriety. She said, if you need a date that bad, go into the hospital and pull her out of the room, have sex with her, and put her back in there. That's what it is you're doing. So just a little thing. And I think she says a year, actually. But and the women take care of the women. And so there's that part. The other part about different sex sponsorship, in other words, do I sponsor women? Frank Buchman, the guy who started the Oxford group, the first person that joined as a team member was a woman, because he said men's work is with men and women's work is with women. And I go along with that. Do I know guys who sponsor women? Yes. Some of them are older, paternal, seem to be able to do it and get away with it. Not get away with it, seem to be able to do it. But the people that they work with, the men that they work with, that then emulate their sponsors, seem to have difficulty with it. And I've seen a lot of difficulty with that. So are there exceptions to every rule? Of course. But as a rule of thumb, guys, we're just about that deep. That's it. We're about that deep. And it just, and the other thing is that my wife would be deeply offended if I ever did that. And she's said as such. So I'm a real big fan of men's work for men and women's work for women. And again, there are some people who may be able to do it, but just as a rule of thumb, in 30 years, I've seen a lot more damage done by people that weren't spiritually equipped for it to do it than I've seen good happen. But that's and the final thing is about non-face-to-face sponsor. I had an opinion. My opinion was you need to be face-to-face with your sponsor. And then I was at a conference speaking, and there was a woman who got up, and she talked about how she was living in rural Georgia, some kind of Atlanta thing again, and she'd been around Alcoholics Anonymous for a while, and she was despondent and was going to kill herself. And she listened to a tape and heard this woman talk, and she called the woman up and asked her if she'd help her, and the woman said yes. And that they got together once a week and they worked the steps on the telephone. And so I had an opinion, and then I heard somebody that had real experience. And then a while later, I was up in a rural area in Washington on an island where they had a tradition of having sponsors off island. A guy asked me, I said yes. And we started doing this thing on the phone once a week, going through the book. A guy who had time. I'm not talking about somebody that's coming off a drunk. And it worked out very well. It worked out very well, and I started saying yes, and so I sponsor people in other areas. And now the technology is such that, I get calls from New Zealand, I get calls from Iceland, I get calls from the Netherlands, I get calls from my wife sponsors people in Belgium. We've got folks all over, and we're using Skype, and we're using all the different things that are available to us, and it's fine. Now, most of the people we're working with are folks that have been sober a while, who've been through the thing, who want, what we've got, which is long-term sobriety. My wife, the woman that she's working with in Belgium, was a brand new person in OA, and this woman's gotten abstinent, and it's just an amazing thing. Bill and I, and we've been on a lot of adventures together, and we had the privilege of talking in Veldhoven in the Netherlands, and we got to speak, and our wives did a workshop for women, something that there hadn't been, and about sponsoring women specifically and all this stuff. And a gal walked up to my wife and got her number and said, I'd like to talk to you. And Sarah called Adele and said, will you help me? And she started working with Sarah. Sarah had been abstinent for a while, and they talked every week on the telephone. This last year, we went back. Adele and I went and led a retreat back there. And Sarah was waiting at the airport. these gals with their food issues, my wife was afraid. And there was this woman that she sponsored standing there with a big basket full of fruit and vegetables, fresh stuff for her. And it was the first time that they'd actually seen each other. The first time that they'd actually been in each other's physical presence. In 3 years, and yet they were closer than, or 2 years, and yet they were closer than people that we work with that are in our homes. So you have no idea how amazing that we can be used. But the way we're being used is just by saying yes and just doing the same kitchen table stuff, reading the book, going through the stuff, all that thing. And the thing is, the technology's there that allows us to be close and to love people. And, Maria and Baldwin are in our home. They live inside of us. And to have that, when we talk about this thing, I mean, Denton here, man, he sends me stupid little emails and stuff, but I know how much he loves me. So we have a way of being connected, this thing that Bill does, this ministry that he has, that he passes all, that goes around and around this planet. And it's an amazing, amazing privilege. So just a few questions and answers.
Men working with men, women working with women. My wife is 19 years sober, and she sponsors a lot of women. And I sponsor a lot of guys who try to keep them separated, but it's difficult, And all the young kids, you got to feed them too. They never have any money or anything, That's another thing about the sponsor's wife. If you come over to my house, if you're really nice, she'll feed you. There's kids that'll come over there and they can go through 2 meals in one day, and they stay long enough. What she tells me about when a woman comes and asks me to sponsor her, what's the motivation? I think it's because they all want to sleep with me, but I've realized that's not true. She tells me it is, but I just know I don't think so. I'm beginning to believe that I'm some kind of a grandfather figure or something. It's kind of pathetic. But you'll hear certain things. They'll say, I don't know any women that really work the steps. The women's program is different than the men's. It's lighter. I need somebody that I can really work the steps with. That's one thing that you'll hear. Well, I know a lot of women that work the steps. So I can give you those numbers, and that precludes that argument. I can find you a woman that will actually sit and read the book with you. My wife is one of those women. She won't sit there and just try to get in touch with your feelings with you. She'll actually guide you through the process. The other thing that you don't hear, but it is a motivation, is that the women don't identify with other women. They don't like other women. Many men that don't want to go to men's meetings because they're insecure around other men. They do better in mixed meetings and stuff like that. I mean, part of the process of maturing is learning how to interact with your own gender in a positive way where you feel comfortable with that. That's true for all of us, okay? But there seems to be a special problem with women interacting with other women. Part of the way that many women survive out in the street, in the alcoholic world, in the world in general, is they will attach themselves to a man that will then get them through. And that's their drive. That's their motivation. That's how they operate. If I let you do that in Alcoholics Anonymous, I am doing you a disservice. And my wife tells me, do not be afraid to say that. That is the absolute truth about my gender. Everyone? No. A lot? Yes. And I believe her when she tells me that. I believe other women have told me the same thing. I have called women about this and asked them, women that I respect, what do you think I should do? And I've heard this same thing. So the last thing I want to do is help you hide from yourself. That's not my job in Alcoholics Anonymous. I used to just reject them and say, no, I don't do that, or make some quip or some joke. And I learned after a while, growing up a little bit, to tell them, here's my card, call me anytime, I'm there for you. I'd be happy to talk to you, spend time with you. And I don't sponsor women, but I can help you find somebody, and I'm there for you. I'll be in your life, I'll be your friend. And they never call. Ever. Most of the men never call either. You go give the great talk and they go, oh God, man, I need your help. And by the time they get home, the glow of that pitch has somehow dissipated into the ether somewhere, They never call. That's why people are always saying, well, I don't want to give out my card, all the people will call. No, they don't call. If you keep doing it, after a while, one will, then another one, then pretty soon the phone rings all the time. But don't worry about the 50 of them that ask you after the big pitch, They never call you, maybe 3 years later or something. So I think the men work with men, women working with women, there's more than just the obvious problem of the male-female thing, because that is a very real problem. Another thing, too, just in closing about that, I have really no desire to hear a woman's fifth step. I really don't know what I would do with that. I'm serious. We all joke and Twitter about it, but I don't know. Wouldn't it be hard for you as a woman to tell me some of the stuff that has happened with you? It would be difficult. It would be difficult for me to tell mine to a woman and be really openly honest about my feelings about, maybe my hatred of women. Would it be hard for you as a woman to sit and tell me about how you hate men, but you can't get it? It would be difficult. There's a sense of identification there that I think only another woman could give a woman, or only a man can give a man. I think that's very real, and it shouldn't be discounted and just blown off. Plus, I don't think men and women make good friends. I could extrapolate on that. No. Third tradition. What is AA membership? I think that's a really good question. The third tradition says that the only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. It used to say honest desire. In the long form of the third tradition, it doesn't even really say that. It has other qualifications. So there's an interesting debate about the short form and the long form. It's kind of interesting. My feeling about that is, kind of what I think and what I feel about it is, I was raised in kind of an AA tradition of, you can't be a member of AA until you've done your fifth step. I don't think that shows up anywhere in the AA literature. But there's kind of an ethic in our area, in our home group, of that you come into AA and anybody can come. AA is one of the most poorly run organizations that you'll ever run into. Right up front, we let everybody in, which really screws up the whole thing, because some people should definitely be weeded out, And you'll hear a lot of people talk from the podium about that. There's a lot of people that seem to have this big problem with people in AA that aren't alcoholics. They talk about it like it's a real issue. My feeling about that always was, if there's somebody in AA that isn't an alcoholic, they'll weed themselves out. I don't think they need me to kind of help filter the process, They clearly have some kind of neurotic problem if they're here and they're not alcoholic, and I'm sure they'll figure that out. Or they'll start their own meetings. We've all been to those, haven't we? The ones where there's no alcoholics in there, I've been to a couple of those. I go, what are they talking about? Well, I think when the real actual experience of being in AA is you come to AA and you sit down and you're in the meeting. The first thing that happens, if you're going to stick around for even a little while, is you get intrigued. You get the jokes. Those of us that sit up and speak in AA meetings, there's a real interesting phenomenon. In every group, I have some really funny stuff that I say. It's kind of universally funny. I mean, you can say it and you just know you're going to get a laugh. It's that AA humor, that identification. And you'll see 7/8 of the room just roaring, and then you can pick out the faces of the people that are just sitting there, just implacable. There's nothing. And you wonder, who is that guy? What is going on in there? I mean, if he's not laughing at the jokes, why is he here? Or what's going on in his life? Isn't it interesting? There's some people that get it. There's some people just get the humor. They get the joke. And they're all inside jokes. They don't laugh at any of this stuff down at the Rotary Club. This is not Bob Hope kind of humor. I mean, this is AA funny stuff. It only works in AA. Believe me, I've tried it in other places. You know, it doesn't work anywhere else. They look at you like, what? You know. So the first thing is you get hooked by the stories. Then you ask for help. And when you do your fifth step, everything changes. Everything changes when you do the fifth step. Now you're sitting in the room and you're looking at other guys and you're saying, I've done my fifth step. Have you? Because now you're in. Now you're in. So there's kind of an inside membership pathway, I think. Jay raised me to be what he termed a member in good standing of Alcoholics Anonymous. What is a member in good standing? One who works the steps, one who has commitments in meetings, participates in the community, cleans up, empties the ashtrays, maybe has a job in the meeting, cleanup chairman, literature guy, somebody who participates and helps the process go along. Time goes by, somebody who's sponsoring people. That, to me, is a member in good standing of Alcoholics Anonymous. And it kind of transcends the third tradition thing of the only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. So there's your requirement. What makes a member? Those things, I think, is what makes a member of AA. Somebody who actually participates in the process. And just quickly, there's one question here. What is Gresham's Law? Gresham's Law is an economic theory that says that good money will follow bad money if they're valued at the same level. And as applied to Alcoholics Anonymous, Tom Powers, his son, the guy who edited the 12 and 12, in the 70s he wrote a thing applying that to Alcoholics Anonymous where he describes weak, medium, and strong AA. The idea being that in Alcoholics Anonymous the message has been diluted to such a level that the good program is being pushed out by a very weak program. Weak program to me is when you walk into a meeting or you're in a group of people that are essentially sharing about how their day went. And you're not hearing too much about working the steps and being involved in the process at a level that even beyond the meeting, that is not going on also. It isn't just the meeting. It's just that people can get by on going to 1-2 meetings a week, not really having any commitments or involvement in Alcoholics Anonymous, and they're staying sober for long periods of time. And there's people that are following that and falling victim to the belief that if I'm going to meetings, I'm doing AA. And you can see what the weak, medium, and strong is. The strong being obviously what you've kind of witnessed up here and what we're talking about. And I know with you guys it's like preaching to the choir. You know, if you weren't interested in this stuff, you wouldn't be here. You know, if you're not sponsoring people and really being involved and believe in the process of the steps, and you can always tell the guys that believe in the process of the steps because they sit and argue with each other about the correct way to do it, you know, because we believe in it and we feel strongly about that. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I think the discussion and debate of that is always really positive because the bottom line is that we're doing it, right? And you get some guy that's got 2 or 3 years sober and he's lit up. That guy is the best sponsor in Alcoholics Anonymous because he knows absolutely everything and he's more than willing to tell everybody about it. You know, and he's available, you know. I mean, he can't stay home because there's people dying in the streets. If he stays home, they'll just die, you know, because there's nobody else backing him up. Everybody else is a lightweight, goddammit, you know. That's the strong program of Alcoholics Anonymous. The medium one is the guy with 10 years sober that used to do some of that stuff, and he's backed off now. And he's letting the younger guys take the heavy load as he enjoys the fruits of sobriety. You know, and he's going to a couple of meetings a week. He may have a commitment here and there, but it's been a long time since he's done an inventory, and he's coasting, right? He's coasting. All of us have been there. All of us. Anybody that's got 20 plus years has coasted for a while and let other people carry the load, man. You know, 'cause I don't deliver. I have actually said, I don't deliver anymore. You got to come and get it. That's called arrogance. So, I've actually said that. You know, not too long ago, actually. You know. So now there's an 18-year-old kid in a recovery house, and I have to drive over to the little bastard's place and read the book with him, you know. Because if I don't, he'll tell everybody that I'm not doing it. The week program is essentially no program. The week program is somebody who has skipped over the hard parts, done a life story kind of inventory, made some amends to mom and dad, and he's just coasting along, and he's perfectly fine. It seems as though. Inside, is he troubled? Is he suffering? I think in some cases. But I think if you go back to the thing about who's really alcoholic and who's not, you can kind of see some of that. You know, maybe his life is perfect. I really, to be honest, really quite frank with you, I do not judge those people anymore. If it's working for them, God bless them. Because I'm having a hell of a lot more fun than I think they are. And they don't even know that they're missing out on anything. You know, I mean, it's not a matter of me comparing myself to them. It's that this is what works for me. This is the way I want to live. This is by choice. It's not out of a sense of duty. I enjoy this. I have fun with you. This is not a burden to me. My wife and I live in a place, it's really hard to describe. I mean, when he talks about how much he loves his wife, I cry because all I can see is my wife's hands and the way they touch me. I love her. It's frightening sometimes. It scares me that I love her so much. What if something were to happen? And that's my egoic mind trying to add fear into this wonderful love and passion that I have for this woman. And it leaks out from around her to the other guys that I sponsor. My love for my sponsor, my love for Matthew is just undying. And after a while, I can't hide it anymore. There's nothing to defend. I don't have anything to protect because there's nothing that I have that I wouldn't give you, honestly, in an emotional sense. You know, I mean, what a wonderful way to live. I think that's a good membership in AA.
We're almost done. I got one more question. And then we got
Let's meditate before we get awoken.
Okay.
You give it to me when you're done.
All right. I'm not in charge, clearly. I work with my brother who is also an alcoholic. Shall I find another job when I get out of treatment? It's not as general a question as some of those questions, but I wanted to answer because I have experience with this.
Yeah, just a little.
My experience is that after I married Philippa, my brother at my wedding invited me to come be in business with him. My brother who 12-stepped me. My brother who was years sober, and he had a big house and a business and a family. He wanted me to be a sales manager. And I came to his business, and he gave me a lot of room to learn how to do that because I'd never been a sales manager before. So I did all that. This is before her stroke and before I got off into pharmaceuticals. This is in the early years of our marriage. And I started running out and doing sales calls really badly. And then I got better at it, and then I got better at it, and we had quite a business going. And then our parents died. One at a time, they passed away, and my brother changed sponsors after 20 years of sobriety out of the blue for no good reason that I could think of. And then my brother started not coming to work in the morning. And he was the boss, so I couldn't really say anything, but I had the next office, and everybody who was walking into his office was now walking into my office. So I was taking care of the business. And then he started coming to work at like 2 in the morning. And I get notes and Post-it notes. And I'm calling him and going, hey, this seems really odd, you know. And he'd say, maybe he's getting loaded. And I couldn't believe that. He was my example of AA. You know, when my brother got sober after living in his car, He went to AA on Thanksgiving Day. He stood up from the table and said, I got to go to a meeting. He went to AA at Christmas. He showed me AA. I couldn't believe it. And then finally I said, hey, are you drinking? And he laughed in that condescending, I've been your older brother all your life, don't you dare question me laugh. And he convinced me he wasn't drinking. And I was carrying this business and going on these sales calls and keeping our partners in London happy and running around, and things weren't holding together super well. And he was unreachable, and I'd call him and go, hey man, this weird thing's happened. And he said, quit your job. And then I'd go, thanks a lot, Bill, and hang up and go get I had a family, and I did all this stuff, and my brother disintegrated before my very eyes. And he was drinking. And I'd call Bill and go, you know what he did today? And he'd say, I don't want to know what he did today. Quit your job. And that was very unsatisfying. And finally I quit my job. And I stood out in front of medical buildings and handed out my resume, and I got a job in the pharmaceutical business, and then you know what happened after that. Now that's not to say that this person who wrote this question, who's in treatment right now, works with their brother who's an alcoholic, if the alcoholism is affecting the business or affecting your ability to do the business, you may want to look for another job while you have a job. If, however, your brother's a functioning alcoholic, you just know he comes to work every day, he does his 8 hours, and then he drinks all night and passes out, and he's a terrible father, and he's a terrible husband, and he's unreliable outside of work, and you as a newcomer think you don't want to be around that, you may want to reconsider that. Because one of the reasons I got sober as strongly as I did, because my brother was an example of Alcoholics Anonymous to me. So there's not a good answer that covers all of these situations. If you want to talk to me after the meeting, I'd love to talk to you. I've wrote this question. But do you see? If it's affecting you and it's affecting your ability to do the job, that's one thing. If you could be an example of AA, not a zealot, not a 12-stepper, I think you may want to stay. That's my opinion. What's next, Jay?
I think we got
I stand by the door. I neither go too far in nor stay too far out. The door is the most important door in the world. It is the door through which men walk when they find God. There is no use my going way inside and staying there when so many are still outside, and they, as much as I, crave to know where the door is. And all that so many ever find is only the wall where the door ought to be. They creep along the wall like blind men with outstretched, groping hands, feeling for a door, knowing there must be a door, yet they never find it. So I stand by the door. The most tremendous thing in the world is for men to find that door, the door to God. The most important thing that any man can do is to take hold of one of those blind, groping hands and put it on the latch that only clicks and opens to the man's own touch. Men die outside the door as starving beggars die on cold nights in cruel cities in the dead of winter, die for want of what is within their grasp. They live on the other side of it, live because they've not found it. Nothing else matters compared to helping them find it and open it and walk in and find Him. So I stand by the door. I admire the people that go way in, but I wish they would not forget how it was before they got in. Then they would be able to help the people who have not yet even found the door. Or the people who want to run away again from God. You can go in too deeply and stay in too long and forget the people outside the door. As for me, I shall take my old accustomed place, near enough to God to hear Him and know He is there, but not so far from men as to not hear them and remember that they are there too. Where? Outside the door. Thousands of them. Millions of them. But more important for me, one of them, two of them, 10 of them, whose hands I am intended to put on the latch, so I shall stand by the door and wait for those who seek it. I had rather be a doorkeeper, so I stand by the door.